National has been convicted on terrorism charges linked to the militant group Al-Shabaab. The Kahawa Law Courts found Abdi Karim Hassan guilty under the Prevention of Terrorism Act. The court heard that on April 2nd, 2024, in Kehancha Township, the accused was an active member of Al-Shabaab, which is listed as a terrorist organization in Kenya. Prosecutors said he was involved in efforts to recruit and radicalize people and support extremist activities linked to the group. Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja has ordered the demolition of illegal structures built along riverbanks in Nairobi. The governor also directed that people living on riparian land will be relocated. The move is part of a plan by the Nairobi City County Government, the National Assembly Committee, that the funds are needed to support urgent rescue and repatriation efforts for vulnerable citizens. If approved by Parliament, the additional funding will increase the department's budget from 717.8 million.
At the moment, we have 15 whom we are trying to repatriate out of Iran. It was only yesterday we were able to get them out of Iran into Turkey. They are traveling by road as we speak. They are trying to get to an airport where we can airlift them. Of course, that comes with a lot of expenses because of the kind of travel they have to have, the kind of escorts they have to have. Because of the numbers that we have in the Middle East, over 500,000, that is not a number that we can say we are going to airlift everybody. So we do it on priority basis. We normally do children first and the sick.
The UN Chief Antonio Guterres has asked the United States and Israel to end their war with Iran, warning that the conflict could spiral out of control. The United Nations Secretary General said the fighting could have serious consequences for civilians and the global economy. Speaking at an EU summit in Brussels, Guterres also urged Iran to stop attacking neighboring countries, saying they were not part of the conflict.
To the United States and to Israel, it's high time to end this war that is risking to get completely out of control, causing immense suffering on civilians, and with propagation around the global economy that is really dramatic, with potential tragic consequences. Second message to Iran: stop attacking your neighbors. They were never parties to the conflict.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generations, the People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. How are you doing? This is Radio Generation. The time right now is 5 minutes past 6 o'clock. And this is the People's Breakfast. Eid Mubarak to all our brothers and sisters out there. Leo ni ile siku ambayo wenye wanakuja kazini kama akina sisi, wanaongelesha wenye wamelala kama akina nyinyi, lakini hatujakasirika, tuko tu sawa. Tunasema pia sisi after hapa tulale. Au sio City?
Bana.
When do you kulala after this?
What for?
What do you mean what for?
Well, Leonie, it's a good day.
Uh-huh.
One wants to be awake. One
right.
wants to go and meet with our brothers
who
have ended a month's fasting, and you want to talk to them.
Right, yeah.
Discuss the weather.
Yes. Discuss the weather?
Yes.
You know, this weather is straightforward. There's nothing to discuss about it.
Bro, wajua ukiambiwa kwa Kiingereza una discuss weather. Sio ati imenyesha leo.
All right. Tell me about the weather.
Hapana. Chochote. Una discuss chochote.
Okay.
Hivi leo ilikuwa hivi bwana. Hiyo ndio weather.
Si ndio hiyo sasa? All right. Lakini uko vyema?
Nashukuru bwana.
All right. Unaona ukitaka kutumia microphone?
Nimeambiwa inasaidia sana mbele yako.
Hiyo inakuanga very important. It's very important. Right, today is the 20th of March. It is the last day of Ramadan. Most importantly, let me tell you what happened in history about this day. In 1815, Napoleon arrived in Paris to begin his 100 days rule. Imagine he ruled for 100 days in Paris.
The man had been consigned. Aliambia we shida mingi we kwenda mali na Alba.
Ndio hiyo sasa.
Sasa you 100
Alba ni ile island ile.
Yes, sasa
kile kisiwa kile.
Jipanga. So this 100 day rule ndio alirudi.
Okay.
Alirudi akasema ati mimi island. Ndio hiyo.
Nijikute.
Nyinyi ambao mnacheza na mimi.
Now, in 1995 also, there was a subway attack in Tokyo where people were exposed to sarin gas.
Yes.
Yeah, so sarin gas is a very potent organophosphorus, and it attacks the nerves of its victim. Let me call them victims. So if you are exposed to this particular gas as a human being, my friend, it has some very adverse effects. So it happened in 1995 in Tokyo. That is as far as our history is concerned. Of course, a lot more happened. For example, in 2003, the Iraqi war began. And then in 1916, Einstein's general relativity was published. That theory, the theory of general relativity, was published. Alafu pia kuna hii mambo ya Napoleon tumeshasema. Alianza his 100 days rule kule Paris. Yes.
About 100 days?
About 100 days akaambia kaambia time yako hapa imedhela bana, imedhela.
Nashukuru sana bwana. Ni vizuri uende. Wacha mwingine aje.
All right. Sasa sisi tupatie ile kitu tunaitanga methali ya kutoka leo, bado tuko Tunisia.
Siku ya mwisho. Ya kuwa kwa nchi ya
Tunisia.
Ndio.
Haya, wana Tunis walisema vipi?
Right. He ate a fig and he thought the autumn had come.
He ate a fig and he thought the autumn had come. Because figs only blossom in autumn.
Well, summer, autumn, winter, spring. Sasa unajua sasa winter kuna hizi vitu zina grow.
Of course. Winter si vitu mingi hu grow.
Yes.
Depending of course on where you are.
Inakuaga hivyo. So there are things you associate with the season. Like spring you associate with the flowering of trees, the blossoming of flowers, vitu kama hizo. It's like nature comes to life again after hibernation for that winter period. Okay? So there are fruits that you find in certain seasons. Hizi seasons zetu ni dry, hot, tumemalizana hiyo story. Yes. Hii winter na hii mambo ingine. Okay? Lakini wale jamaa, so fig, nafikiria hii is associated with the month of autumn. And so ukikula hiyo unafikiria
lakini pia hapa Kenya City we have seasonal fruits. For example, mangoes, mapera, machungwa. Those are seasonal fruits. They come with seasons. For example, simembe tunajua inakuanga hapo in December, January. Hapo ndio mnasumbuanga Wakamba. Mnaanza kwa marafiki na sisi. Waislamu wanakuja na kutuambia wasalamu alaykum. Assalamu alaykum. Wanaanza kama sasa sisi ndio tunaanza kuambia saizi wakati wa Ramadhan, because today they are going to feast. They are going to have a proper feast. Sasa tunakuja tunawaambia wasalamu alaykum. Sasa si ndio maana tunakaribiana wakati wa nini? Sababu because of the season.
Well, you come from an area that clearly understands the growing of mangoes.
Right.
So yes, I do agree with you.
Right.
Yes, I do agree.
Okay, but I love that methali from Tunisia. Inatuambia mambo mengi ya kwamba saa zingine something unexpected can happen when you don't expect it.
Like if you look at the landscape that we have in Kenya, and when we talk of landscape, we normally refer to the political landscape in this country. If you listen to all the chatter, you'd think the elections are next month.
Yes, you're right, by the way. Someone landing in Kenya today would think, okay, you guys are in high political gears.
Yes.
So
so is it next week, next month?
Yeah, when are you guys voting?
See, next year. What? Next year?
Next year when? Oh, like next year, like January? No. Next year, August?
Lakini temperature imepanda. na watu wanaendelea kuongea mambo yao.
But is it a Kenyan problem, Mama? It's an African thing. Do other African countries also do it like us? For example, a place like Tanzania, do they start campaigns early?
Tanzania is not a good example because Chama cha Mapinduzi has sewn that country up and knitted it properly. They have a grip. They have a grip. Haiendi soon.
Okay.
Yeah. When you have a political party that has its roots right at what we call the level of the ward. Same with the Chinese Communist Party.
Yeah.
Where at that level of the ward.
Yeah.
This is sign language.
Munafanya. Okay.
Yes. Where at that level of the ward,
right,
you have somebody who is a party boss. You have a national administrative officer.
Yes.
Then you have probably a mijikumi, that sort of thing. But you'll find the person who has real power there is the party boss. Okay?
True story.
This gentleman called Kikwete, who was the president of the Tanzania, he was what you call a commissaire. He is actually a political person, but he was attached to the military.
Okay.
And I think he had the rank of colonel, if I'm not wrong. Yes. So it explains to you that when you have a political party whose representation is at the very roots and has been for a very long time, dislodging it becomes difficult. Because when people identify with it, and when you bring something new, they wonder, why would we want to change? You may think they need change, but it's the people in the system who will decide whether they want the change or not.
True story. Okay.
If you look at, say, for instance, ANC, the party that brought independence to South Africa, it was considered to be something that couldn't be moved because it was a monolith.
Yeah.
Not so anymore.
Yes.
This particular government that they now have had to be a coalition government for them to be able to function.
So things were thick for them.
Well, people over time get disillusioned. They feel maybe you don't represent their interests. Why? Because the freedom to make that choice now exists.
Yeah.
And they couldn't care less whether you're the one who brought that freedom. At that point in time, see, you brought the freedom. So we have it. Now we want something else. So that something else is what is important. You having brought the freedom. We have KANU.
Yeah.
We speak of KANU as one of those parties. It's a party that brought independence. Yeah.
True story. Thank you very much, City, for that one. Imenibamba mbaya. Unakumbuka nilikwambia mtu akikwambia imekubamba mbaya na maanisha nini? Yaani imembamba sana.
Imekubamba vizuri sana.
Kabisa.
Yes.
All right, let's check out radiogeneration.co.ke. That's where you get all the trending stories, including this one about Catholic bishops urged leaders to model respect and restraint in public discourse. KCCB chairman Morris Mohatia Makumba speaking during the reception of coadjutor Bishop Joseph Mwongela after Norman Kingo's retirement urged leaders to conduct themselves with dignity and responsibility. You know, the Catholic Church inanibambanga na hizi titles, coadjutor. Coadjutor, no.
Well, these are the processes of understanding things you didn't understand. So we could argue you are learning.
Yeah, I'm learning actually. Catholic bishops in Kenya have expressed alarm at the rising levels of abusive and disrespectful language among political leaders, saying it is damaging the country's image and eroding public trust in leadership. It's very true. The Kenya Conference of Catholic Bishops, KCCB, called on politicians to be mindful of their words, stressing that careless speech has serious social consequences. You know, back in the day, even when your parents misbehaved in whichever way, whether it was them being physically violent or abusing each other, even as a child, there are things you wouldn't do. You wouldn't copy that, and if you copied it, you wouldn't do it in their presence. But in this day and age, City, man, we are copying everything in real time.
Explain.
We are copying, for example, what politicians have been doing in the last couple of days, trading these insults that they're trading. Kenyans are doing it at their very own level on behalf of those politicians.
How?
There are people who are insulting others on behalf of President Ruto.
But social media, from what you tell me, people have been trading Hillsons for the longest time.
Oh yes. That's why I'm comparing this new age of social media, of technology, versus that old time when we didn't have technology. Apart from politicians who, have been doing this for the longest time anyway, citizens were really, from my perspective, walikuanga watu cordial sana. Lakini saizi, hata watoto bana, vitu wanasema because of what they're seeing on TV, and it's because of our politicians. It's cray-cray.
Actually, do we really need our politicians for us to be badly behaved? No?
Not really. We can get our bad behavior from very many
There
other
are
sources.
people who their very conversation, even in front of children, is X-rated in front of children. So when children emulate them, they do not know the import of what they're saying.
Yeah.
Then they just say, wewe, haya. Alisikiza mahali. And when you say that, it's, for instance, when parents disagree and they exchange words and they tell each other unpleasant things, the children hear.
Yes.
They will repeat it.
You see, that's why we even had Mchongwano back in the day, because Mchongwano gave us that opportunity to actually insult each other, but within a specific framework.
You are referring to attributes that the person had.
Yeah.
Yes.
So there were rules and regulations of Mchongwano.
Actually, there were, because, for instance, somebody considered it, somebody tells you, unamacho kama gololi.
They are basically telling you in very many words that you have big eyes.
Yes. Yes. Spotlight.
Yeah. Wengine walikuwa wanakuambia umekonda huko kwenu, umekonda mpaka nigana kumbukanga ya kukonda, umekonda kaa kijiti ama sijui umekonda mpaka sijui nini inafanyika. But we had those kinds of...
Yes, there were. But
ati mpaka mifupa zako zinanidunga kama umeketi na mtu. There are things hata wenyewe unajiangalia. Of course mifupa zako zinadunga mtu, but after that Mchongwano, you go back and look at the mirror and you're like, I'm thin. Mwingine amekwambia umekauka, timbako unakojoanga moshi. You realize you are dehydrated, macho zako ni red ka nyanya. Enyewe unaenda unaangalia macho zako na realize there could be something wrong with my eyes. You understand? But there were rules and regulations of Mchongwano.
They were not written, but it was understood. That's why when your tirade now tended towards someone's parents, a fight would begin.
Yeah.
Because now you've crossed the line.
Yes. Would find other ways of being violent, for example. Kulikuanga na choboua. I don't know if you played choboua.
I have no idea what you're talking
about. Chobo is when you pass an object between the legs of an opponent, and if you successfully pass it through those legs, munampatia mangoto. Ngoto is when you fist and then you do. Okay,
I am aware.
All right. So tulikuwa tunacheza choboua with anything from pekele. Pekele is a bottle top, to a ball, a small ball. It could be the size of a tennis ball. It could be the size of a ping pong ball, table tennis, or it could be the size of aka kampira kadogo ka golf. So we found ways. Yeah. So you can imagine.
The goal is a bit firm.
Imagine, but you're kicking it around there. Bora ipite tu katikati ya miguu ya huyu mtu. Now the only way you could get away from that is if, for example, you lift your leg such that now your legs are not on the ground, so haitakuwa ni chobo. But as long as your feet are firmly on the ground, na ipite katikati, my friend, hiyo ni chobo. And we would give each other ngotos because of that. All right? Now, again,
were there rules as to how firm the ngoto should be?
No. And as many people are playing in that thing, all of them would descend on you. So the person kicking the object, let me use the ball in this example, the person kicking the ball, in case ikuingie, my friend, na hiyo game ilikuwa inachezwa na watu 12, you will be descended upon by 12 people.
So it made, should you say, it made more sense the smaller the ball was, isn't it?
Yes. Of course, the bigger the object, the harder it is to make this particular pass. But the smaller it is, of course, the higher the chances of success. The point I'm trying to bring home is this. We found ways back in the day to actually do things that we would consider illegal or wrong, but in a certain framework. Because even when two people wanted to fight, two boys wanted to fight, there were rules. You just don't descend on your friend with blows. You would plan, after break tunaenda kupigana, or rather during break time tunaenda kupigana, during lunch time tupatane, home time tupatane pale nje ya hall ama nje ya kanisa ama kwa bus stop. Watu wako wanapigana tu ovyo ovyo. Lakini in what we are seeing from our politicians here, Men in Black, for example. Our politicians calling each other names on TV. Some even fighting each other during funerals, fighting each other in the streets, organizing goons for your opponent. This one has taken a different trajectory, my friend. Mpaka nashanga kama hani wale watu waligrow era ya Choboua, era ya Mchongwano. These are not the same folks, man.
Ask yourself, why do you think they're that way inclined? And why do you think, for instance, this free fall that you've told me you see in social media, where people actually hurl live insults at each other?
Why do I think is what?
For instance, when you read or when you engage social media,
right,
and you find people going at each other and insulting each other, why do you think that this has become a growth industry?
It's a good question, and perhaps it's an academic question as well. No, on a serious note, like someone needs to research. How did we get here?
Because it seems like that's the norm.
How did we deteriorate to this level of hooliganism? Let me call it. Yeah, perhaps a conversation that needs to be. Mtu afanye, but that's a good PhD thesis, eh? Hiyo inaweza kuwa masters. Lakini inakuanga poa ya PhD. All right, KDF to lead construction of 10,000-seater Kidundu Stadium in Vihiga. This is according to PCS Mudavadi. There's someone who came to the studio here this week to akauliza, do we really need all these stadiums?
Yes, we do.
Do we need all these stadia? Any stadia?
We do. But beside the stadia, all the public spaces that these greedy Kenyans who believe that it is profitable to grab public land, you start by releasing those things, because the playgrounds were meant for the people who live around there.
Yeah.
You just can't have an area which has 50,000 people and all you have is one building after another, and there's no space for recreation, no space for... No.
I wish I would... Nani alisema hivyo? Kuna pale uliza hizi... I think it is Janet Ouko, the lady we hosted yesterday. Yeah. All right. So construction of the long-awaited 10,000-seater Kidundu Stadium in Vihiga County will begin immediately, with the Kenya Defence Forces taking the lead in overseeing the project. Prime CS Musalia Mudavadi has announced. Speaking during a groundbreaking ceremony officiated by President William Ruto on Thursday, Mudavadi described the project as historic and forward-looking, noting that it represents a major milestone in the region's development agenda. Watu wa Vihiga County ni watu wa Western Province, eh? Watu actually they are the people who populate all our teams. You cannot lack a Luya in every single Kenyan football team. Unaweza kosa Mkamba, unaweza kosa Mkikuyu, lakini Mjaluo na Muluya hautakosa. Samotieno somewhere, Samuafula somewhere. Hautakosa hawa watu.
I agree.
Wacha wajengewe stadium huko. Kidundu Kidundu waende wa develop hizo skills. Watupeleke huko mbele kama vinyo wakale wametupeleka all over the world, marathon na kukimbia na sprinting. Na kina Ubiri ni Mkisi,
Ubiri ni Mkisi.
Na kuna Kamkamba, by the way.
Wako wengi, si wewe unafikia kuna moja?
Wako kadhaa,
The middle distance races, there were very many people from your neck of the woods. And they did very well.
Diaspora Affairs seeks 400 million to repatriate Kenyans in conflict zones. The State Department for Diaspora Affairs has requested an additional 400 million to support the evacuation of Kenyans facing dangers in conflict-affected regions, with officials highlighting Russia and Iran as priority areas. Now, the funds presented before the National Assembly Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Affairs are intended to strengthen a structured repatriation program focusing on the most vulnerable citizens, including children, while following strict evacuation guidelines. The supplementary funding would raise the department's budget from 717.8 million by 400 million. This is going to take them to like some 1.1 billion, my guy. State Department officials led by Ambassador Helen Gishuhi told lawmakers that recent operations have stretched existing resources, necessitating urgent financial support. So ani watu wenye maybe wanaweza
Helen Gishuhi ni nini hapo?
Ambassador Helen Gishuhi.
Ni ambassador wapi?
Hapo wamesema tu State Department officials. Hatujambiwa rank yake katika ministry, but tunajua anaitwa Ambassador Helen Gishuhi. Yeah, maybe she used to be an ambassador, now she's in the thingy. But yeah, here's the thing. Ni watu wenye wako places kama Iran, si ndio? Dubai maybe, kumali makombora yanatupwa.
Middle East. Wajua kuna mahali Middle East ambao kombora haishuki.
Saizi.
Well, maybe they've cooled down a bit. But ilikuwa na
Yemen inashuka.
Did it stop?
Okay, let me check this. Oman? Jordan? Kuwait? Pakistan? No, wait, Pakistan is not in the Middle East. Afghanistan? Afghanistan says hazianguki.
No. Wao kuna shida zao, but right before the issue in Venezuela,
right,
kuna kombora zingine zilirushwa hapo India na Pakistan. Yes. The thing is this, the Iranians are looking for targets. Anything that has America or a touch of their allies, that's a target. And by the looks of the way they've been attacking some of these installations, they had targeted these things a long time ago. It's like they had read the minds of the Americans and said, these guys are going to attack us one of these days.
Yeah.
So let's prepare. And so they prepared.
All right. Okay.
Because the speed and the efficiency with which they have actually attacked these installations, it didn't happen at they're attacking us, let's. Planned well in advance. So when it said, guys, that thing we had said, twende kazi.
All right. Nimeona maybe Afghanistan is actually not even in the Middle East. It is.
No, Afghanistan is not in the Middle East.
Central and it's. They are saying it's located at the crossroads of Central and South Asia. So it's an Asian country. Can we call it Asian? No. No.
It's not.
But
when
they play,
when they play football, they're part of that ASEAN area.
There's a team in Afghanistan. It's called Khairat Almaty.
Football team.
Yes. Those guys are brutal. They are the Arsenal of Afghanistan.
Are you Arsenal are brutal?
Yeah. As in they're really good at what they do. I didn't know a buyer.
When you said brutal, I thought.
You thought they brutalize people.
Violent.
They come with pangas to the knee.
No.
Yeah.
There was a time in the history of football when individuals stood out for being violent, meaning they push you, they knock you, they trip you, they.
Akina Drogba.
No, Drogba received was the attention of some of those violent moves for a long time.
When I say brutal, you see, like when you play against Arsenal, rest assured, not less than 2 goals. They'll score. And on a bad day, maybe they might do 1. Yeah, but on a good day, my friend, they can even do up to 5. So that's why I'm calling them brutal.
They recently highlighted a young gentleman by the age of 16 who made a debut playing for the team and actually even scored. And it was touted as the youngest ever Division 1, whatever they're called, Premier League player to at least score a goal. The guy who still goes to school, by the way.
Okay.
Nasoma.
So during his free time, he comes and plays, eh?
There's a schedule that is set for him.
Khairat Almaty wakikutandika, my friend, they're brutal like that. They will score goals like nobody's business.
There's a guy in football who was called JJ Okocha. You know, people talk of Messi, people talk of Ronaldinho, people talk of Ronaldo because they did not take the time to watch JJ Okocha play. Sublime. In fact, all these other fellows who came after him, okay?
Yeah, okay.
But it's a preamble.
Yeah.
I'm actually talking about Pele. You know why? There are very few players who can claim to have been part of a team that won the World Cup 3 times.
3 times, eh?
3.
Yeah.
But the football, the opportunity that they could see, it's like football was in their veins. The fellow runs, stops, and you think it's intuitive. He knew there was a guy called Jazino who was running on the other end. He just taps the ball. The guy doesn't even stop. Kombora.
Because it is what it is.
Man.
Yeah?
Anyway.
Yeah. Wacha tuingie kwa traffic kidogo. Correction, Khairat Almaty is actually in Kazakhstan, not Afghanistan. So msiende huko Afghanistan mkiuliza Kairata Almaty iko wapi hapa?
Kazakhstan.
It's Kazakhstan,
okay.
Yeah.
Iko mbali na
No, they actually border each other with Afghanistan.
si ni neighbor.
Wako hiyo area kina Turkmenistan.
Those many stands.
Yeah, the stands, yes.
Iko hapo.
Hata Pakistan iko tu hapo.
Hapa Afghanistan iko hapo. Kazakhstan iko hapo.
Ndio hiyo sasa.
Okay, sawa nimekupata.
Hata tufanye traffic kidogo before we move on to the next trending story. Today is leo ndile siku. Sijui kama kuna traffic mingi, but let me just take a look real quick. I'm looking at the road called Ngong Road. Leo asa kuna traffic. Let me just see where there could be traffic. Haile Selassie is looking good. Valley Road iko sawa. Agungskothek mko sawa kabisa. Hapa ni Langata Road, hakuna shida yote. Mombasa Road kule Capital Center, tukirudi nyuma all the way mpaka Mlolongo, naona mko sawa sawa. Hapo hamna shida yoyote. Let me check. There's this place that is usually jam packed at this particular hour. Muthaiga today is literally empty. I can't even see a single yellow line. So that means that you guys are moving quite well in case you're around that area. If only the road could look like this every single day, yeah? Niende huku nyuma Kenyatta University, Kahawa Wendani, nini. Mko sawa leo asi. Leo mnasonga vizuri tena sana. That is as far as Nairobi County is concerned. Let's check out Mombasa. If Nairobi is looking like this, Mombasa hata kuna watu kweli? Si nyinyi mko kwa kitanda bado? Yeah, I knew
Mapema sana bana.
Bro.
Today is a public holiday.
I know. Kwanza Mombasa, watu wengi unajua wana observe Eid Mubarak. I mean Eid al-Fitr.
Eid Mubarak ni salamu bana. Hiyo ni salamu bana, Eid njema yani bana. Lakini umejaribu?
Right. Hapa naona barabara zote za Mombasa bana ziko free. Yaani mnasonga vyema kabisa. Tunaongelelea juu ya Mbaraki kule Kizingo, Nkuruma Road. Hapa ni Lumumba Road, New Nyali. And it's like nobody's on the roads this particular morning in Mombasa. However, if something changes, I'll definitely let you know.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
All right, let's take a look at the newspapers this morning. We shall start with the Nairobian, and this is what they're saying on the front page. Gold billions. Kobia lifts lead on Kabila gold power and survival. They're calling it a high-risk empire. In a world of quiet fortunes, Paul Kobia lives loud, blending gold deals, danger and myth into a high-stakes life that stretches from Congo to Dubai. Now, back in the spotlight, whether businessman or showman, one thing is clear. Presda never plays small. Kobia claims that former Congolese president Joseph Kabila demanded a 50% share of a gold consignment that allegedly disappeared at JKIA. Read this story on pages 4 and 5.
Which Kabila are they speaking of? Senior, junior?
President, I think this is
Laurent.
Junior. Laurent Kabila. The man you did the thinker the other day. But yeah, you know, there's a time he showed up here. Was it him or was it a different president from Congo, DRC, that showed up unannounced? It even made headlines. And I think it was during Uhuru's time. Like he literally just landed at JKIA and said, take me to State House now. Because of this gold issue.
I think they knew he was coming. A president...
Hiyo microphone itakusaidia. Na itatusaidia pia.
Hello. The president, a president of a country, cannot possibly leave his country without people knowing he's leaving. And if you're going to land,
right,
people will know you're coming.
That time the way
it's just that, let us say it was not an official visit.
Yes, that time the way it was reported, because you know they did much more reporting after even his visit. Guys were like, no one seemed to know that this guy was coming. He wasn't received at the airport by any official, no minister.
That's why it wasn't official.
Yeah, so
an official visit is when all those protocols are followed.
Lakini Siti nikuulizaje? Unajua?
Ikiwa kuna private visit bwana.
Siti.
Yes, please.
Kama unakuja kwangu na ninajua unakuja, I will be ready for you.
Yeah,
all right? I will, if I was sleepy or asleep, I will wake up, I will take a shower, I will, brush my teeth, I'll be smart. Because, unakuja kunitembelea. And you don't make these visits every single day, right? But the day you come unannounced, rest assured, you will find me in my boxers and nothing else.
Paul.
You get?
Paul, a private visit.
Let me finish.
Alright.
Hata sitakuwa nimekutengenezea sausages, utapata samosa, utapata chochote. As a matter of fact, tutafika hivi nikwambie kuna kahawa kutoka jana imebaki pale kwa flask, nikuwekee hiyo. Ama niite mtoto nimwambie ebu endea city pale kahawa pale kwa duka haraka ile ya 5 bob. But if you're coming, you will find a feast. Now, President Kabila at the time, I think it was Kabila if I'm not wrong, when he arrived in Kenya, boss hakuna mtu alikuwa anajua na kam.
Yeah, private visit. What do you think private means?
So you just come, but why did he demand? Why did he demand to go into the president?
Demanding. The president knew he was coming. President knew he was coming.
Na siangetuma hata
because I assure you, if that wasn't the case, take you to State House. Wendy, pande yonde kirudi. Yes, they knew he was coming.
Yeah.
They knew he was coming. It was not an official visit because an official visit, then you have to state he's coming to visit Kenya.
Right.
He's going to visit Nairobi National Park. He's going to go to the Arboretum.
He's going to meet the businessmen.
Official visit.
All right.
There'll be a state dinner. There'll be a blah, 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 blah.
Guard
blah,
of
blah,
honor.
Then at the end, Bombas of Kenya. That one. Private visit. Itinerary. Why it's coming? Yes.
Na alifika akakaa a few hours na akapanda ndege yake
yes,
na akarudi home.
Private visit.
So I think this is the story Kobe is talking about. Perhaps, I don't know.
Private.
Tunaweza jua zaidi ya hapo ukifungua gazeti lako pale ukurasa wa 4 na 5 na uweze kusoma. Au sio? Aya.
Sio.
Ni sio Rider sues governor and he seeks 100 million over kick on groin. This is Governor Paul Otuoma, governor for, is it Busia County?
It is Busia County.
Right. So apparently this boda rider was kicked by the governor and now he seeks 100 million. You know, I saw Danstan Omari Wakili giving a statement on this thing. I just brushed
on
it
this
over.
guy's behalf.
Yeah, I think he's the guy's lawyer. He's a boda person's lawyer.
The groin was kicked in Busia.
Yes, allegedly.
Well, no, okay, let's go with the flow.
Right.
So, there are no lawyers in Busia. He decides that Danson Omari is the one he's going to choose.
Perhaps, maybe.
Yeah, this one speaks loudly of people who do not like Otuoma and who saw an opportunity and told him, Chief, come here. First of all, let us make sure that you get medically treated.
Right.
Let's get a report that is completely adverse.
P3.
Yes.
Inaona ni P3
First of all, Mali alipiga teke.
Hiyo ni sehemu nyeti sana. Hii unajua ikizimwa una generations.
And you are young. So all the engineers and the former president you're going to produce, nada.
Gone. And grandchildren.
Gone.
It's a wrap.
So this one,
you're not going to become father of nations.
You will be father of yourself. So this one, we need to go to court.
Yes.
Because all these losses would not have occurred if it wasn't for that kick.
Yeah.
And the only way this can be compensated is if he gives you 100 million shillings. Because 100 million shillings, we know, can give you children. It can give you future engineers and all these wonderful things that
bwana hizo vitu zitafanya kazi hata kama aligongwa. Tunagongangwa mara ngapi na bado zinafanya kazi.
Wewe hujapigwa teka na governor brothers wacha.
Shida ni governor.
Yes.
So hao watu wamekuwa kinipiga huku mateke tu, hao si magavana.
No, ni wewe ndio si governor.
Growing up, I remember hurting myself on a bicycle, riding, you know, when your foot slips and then you land on that midbar. You land on that midbar and the pain reminds you of the creation story. But this is what the paper says in the middle, in page 6 rather. Otuoma kicked and scolded the young man as he lined to receive maize donation in an episode recorded on a video and circulated widely on social media. Yeah, so the boda rider has sued Busia Governor Paul Otuoma, who he claims kicked him on the groin during a maize distribution exercise. Yusuf Suleiman Hamisi, who's 31, is seeking 100 million as compensation, claiming that the events that took place on March 6, 2026 have caused him pain and embarrassment at home and in the community. Yani governor ulinigonga matemu wote area sasa sina heshima. I'm so sorry to this gentleman. I'm actually not laughing at the act of being kicked.
The 100 million is a fair amount.
Yes.
Scientifically speaking, it's been proven that when such a claim is settled,
yes,
all the harm that was caused by this kick in the groin,
yes,
this nifty kick in the groin, it will ease and it will slowly fade away. 100 million, scientifically speaking, is a cure for such ill treatment.
Right.
Inasaidia sana. And the bar has now been set. Kick in the groin is 100 million.
And you know, if this gentleman is awarded this 100 million, kuna watu watakuwa wanaenda kusumbua governor alafu wanajianika nye bubu.
I assure you, he will not get the 100 million.
Yes.
He will not get 10 million. No.
What will he get?
He also will not get 1 million.
What do you think he will get?
There'll be an out-of-court settlement. Yes.
But okay.
And the figure will not be disclosed. Yes. But
it might be a few. But okay, do you think it will be like in the tens of thousands? Do you think it will be in the hundreds of thousands? The settlement.
He might get another border. Okay.
So we're talking about at the very least 100K.
That mud thatched thing he lives in, maybe upgraded a bit. Okay.
Yes. Have you seen his mud thatched house?
See, I'm speculating.
Okay. What else?
And he will be asked if he is married. If he's not married,
tulipe tower.
Yes, passes. You catch the drift. $1 million. No.
Hataona.
No.
Atambua na governor, hebu kuja hapa kijana. Shida iko wapi? Si hata wewe unaona kinyo ulikuwa unafanya hapo. Ulinikasirisha.
Hata wewe unajua.
Lakini sasa hii maneno ya 100 million sahau. Kitu tufanye tumalizane haraka. Chukua 20,000. Siwezi chukua 20,000 pesa kidogo sana. All right. Naona hii pikipiki yako imechapa, acha ni kureplace hii. Brand new Honda 120,000. Sawa, tick. Naona ile nyumba yako kidogo imechapa. Acha ni kuongezea at least room ngapi zingine? 2. Ukue na sitting room na bedroom 2. Na kajikoni. Sawa. Kuna shida nyingine? Bibi anafanyanga nini? Ako nyumbani amekaa. Hapa kwa county government kuna nafasi ya watu wanafakia kwa town. Unataka kazi ya kufakia? Si hiyo sawa sasa, si mtakuwa fiti. Na uendo nipikie tepe huko kwenu. Nataka kura. Sawa. It's a wrap. Disastrous rains improving water supply in city. Wow. This story is on page 14. Okay. And on the celebrity gossip, is it over for Njugush and Wakavinye? They're asking that on page 25. Yesterday I was with Njugush. He seems fairly okay. Sieni dhani yako na stress yote. Njugush is a comedian.
Slim guy.
Anapendanga kuvaa miwani. He does accents.
He's actually quite funny.
He's very funny. Very funny. Yesterday I saw him and we said hi. We had a chit chat. He's okay.
So that paper is saying he's not okay.
According to rumors online.
Is that Nairobian?
This is the Nairobian. According to
you must announce ahead and say I'm reading the Nairobian. So
I did say this.
When we hear salacious things, we know. Please continue.
It's the Nairobian. Njugusha ko tu sawa. I think hizi ni rumors za watu tu, but the rumors have been ongoing for a while. Bishop Muhia nganga in steamy church scandal. Read that on page 5.
Steamy.
Wanasema steamy.
Steamy natoka.
It's steamy. But with this baridi, you need some steam, Taifa Leo pale mbele wanasema hivi. Tonge la askari gongo hatarini.
Right.
Wanasema hivi. Huenda maelfu ya walinzi wakapoteza kazi iwapo pendekezo lililo bungeni linalowataka wahitimu wa NYS kutengwa kiwango maalum cha nafasi za kazi za ulinzi katika taasisi za umma na kampuni za kibinafsi za ulinzi litapitishwa. So this means that going forward, if this thing becomes law, your next security guard might be an NYS trainee or trained person.
Yeah, but why must they be an NYS trainee?
Maybe because of skills. Maybe because of...
So what are they trying to say? That security personnel, whom the people we call security officers, have to undergo NYS training before you're employed?
Before you become what people used to call soldier. Tuliamba tusoite soldier, but ndio muelewe.
So what about the ones who are already working in that capacity?
Those ones will work until they are nini. But wanasema hapa hivi again, let me read this. Wanasema that they might end up losing their jobs because if it is a requirement.
Why must they lose their jobs over this thing? What do they actually do?
Huenda maelfu ya walinzi wakapoteza kazi iwapo pendekezo lililo bungeni linalowataka wahitimu wa NYS kutengewa kiwango maalum cha nafasi za kazi za ulinzi katika taasisi za umma na kampuni za kibinafsi za ulinzi litapitishwa. So that means private and public companies that provide security. If they insist that your next bouncer needs to be an NYS trained person, that means that bouncers now will need to go and probably join NYS.
So NYS is going to introduce a curriculum for bouncers.
Exactly, because these are private security. They fall under that?
Yes, they are private security, and believe me, they do require training because they are different cadres.
Right.
So ati tu kila mtu ambaye ako tall na amenua mawe and has bulging muscles. That's not really the point.
Right.
Security is about intelligence. Not muscle. Kuna sehemu ya muscles. And those ones are called goons. Okay?
Yes, you're right.
It's a different job category.
Right.
Yes. Completely.
But however, to be fair to those people who actually have muscles and they have been trained and they understand the etiquette.
They have been training, not they have been trained.
Yeah.
You acquire muscles because you choose to go and build the muscles. Yes. I am simply saying that, you see, the optics has been that for someone to be in that security
sector,
yes, you need to lift stones and you need to have bulging muscles. And I'm saying there's a place for that, but security is about intelligence. That's really the point I was making.
Okay. But you're right, yes. It's not just about the muscles,
yes,
or the physique, basically. You need
some
level of
people who
brains.
have promoted this narrative of tall, huge-looking people who just, the very sight of them is threatening. It is the need that politicians have had to be surrounded by such individuals.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Wanasema hapa katika ukurasa wa 3, reli ya SGR Magharibi si ndoto tena. Ruto azindua ujenzi wa reli ya kisasa kurahisisha usafiri wa ndani na nje ya nchi. Yeah, you will read this in page 3 of Taifa Leo.
Yes, you will also read it at the headlines on the Business Daily, but go on.
MCAs sasa ni kupasua anga duniani. MCAs sasa ni kupasua anga duniani. Ripoti yaonyesha madiwani walitumia shilingi milioni Kiswahili kidogo kinanipotea hapa hivi. 822 million. 822 milioni kwa safari za nje ya nchi. Yeah, so according to a report, and I'm sure this one is by the Auditor General, these guys have spent 822 million doing benchmarking. Mafuriko kaini macho kuanzia leo, wanasema hivyo katika ukurasa wa 4. Alafu last but not least on the front page, Barcelona Bayern ndani ya 8 bora katika mchuano wa UEFA. Majabali hawa wa soka ya bara Ulaya watajiunga na Liverpool, Arsenali, hiyo ni timu ya wale watu wako kwa MCR, na Paris Saint-Germain katika robo finali baada ya kuwika. Hiyo iko katika ukurasa wa 20. All right.
Today I'm starting with a story that I found interesting.
Please do.
In the Business Daily, the life section. The young gentleman, Kenyan called Njoroge Kibugu. This man is the highest ranked golfer in Kenya, number 1. Okay? Now, to understand what being number 1 in Kenya means, he was the only person in the magical Kenya Open to have actually reached the stage where you can actually be considered. Okay? Now, but the thing that he has done, which other people haven't done, he has broken into Africa's top 100. He is 96th.
In the world?
No. Africa, bro.
Oh.
Tunaanza na Africa. Kwanza, world, the ranking is a bit high. He's 1,288.
That is where he is ranked.
World.
Yeah.
Watu ambao wanacheza golf ni wengi.
Adumesema 1,000 and what now?
288.
So 1288.
Yes.
Okay.
In the world. But in Africa, he's 96th.
Nice.
Okay. He has a brother who also has done similar things, like he has a brother called Mutai. This is something I want to highlight because when we talk about sports, we focus on athletics, we focus on rugby sevens, both for men and women. But golf is, well, it's written about, it's spoken about, but we never speak about the people who actually achieve interesting things for the country. The tournament is held in your country. Well, he did us proud. Yes.
We're happy.
That small,
We're proud of him.
That small round ball that they like hitting.
Yeah.
Hits it very well.
Right.
Yes, very good.
I tried playing that thing once. I almost broke a hip, and I said to hell with it.
Well, what were you doing? Were you trying to kick the ball?
No.
Yes.
Unajua kuna venye na swingiwa alafu
Yes,
una swing na waist.
You have to be trained.
I almost broke my back hapa kwa hip, and I said, you know what, it's never this serious.
Bro.
I understand why it's for the rich. Ndio ukivunjika you just go straight.
No, it is not true. All it is not true. Equipment, everything to do with it may be expensive. But the association that runs golf in this country has over time reached out and worked out schemes for young people, made it possible for people who are interested to actually join that fraternity. Yes, the clubs are expensive.
Yeah.
The membership of the clubs that play golf are expensive. But all these they've taken into account to grow the talent and to encourage young people to participate in the sport. Okay?
Okay.
Yes. You know, being a former colony,
Yeah.
you know, this is a country where there were certain schools that were meant for the colonials' children
Yeah.
that even had golf courses. Just so that you understand. So there are people who went to some of these schools, learned to play golf in school.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought I would just mention that.
Thank you.
Yes. And Njoroge Kibugu, well done. Well done, done.
Yeah.
Right. Private garages hit as Treasury shifts business to TVET. This one is going to cause a big hoo-ha, he as well. The Treasury has directed ministries and county governments to prioritize garages run by state-owned polytechnics and technical and vocational education and training institutions for the repair and maintenance of vehicle fleets, dealing a blow to privately owned mechanic service outlets. Seda.
Kubwa.
Isuzu dealer Associated Motors drop out. No, let me just start this again, please.
Okay.
Isuzu dealer Associated Motors drop out on succession wars, meaning Isuzu East Africa ended a 62-year-old dealership agreement with Associated Motors, whose capacity to sell and service the Japanese brand of motor vehicles has declined in recent years due to succession challenges.
What do you mean? I see, like, Isuzu's all over.
Yeah. It's the association with Associated Motors. It's a dealership. The dealer for Isuzu Motors in Kenya is called Associated Mo.
I know AM. I know them.
Yeah, basi ndio. Seda. Coop Bank raises dividend by 67%. Cooperative Bank of Kenya has raised its dividend for the year ended December 2025 by 66. Goodness gracious me. Percent to 2.5 shillings per share, amounting to a record 14.6 billion on the back of double-digit earning growth.
Okay. From increased dividend.
Yeah, it means they're making money.
Isn't their CEO the one who earned some 500, was it million?
Bonus. Yeah. Where's the problem?
Well, I'm not saying there's a problem. I'm actually happy for him. And he has earned that money for the last, I think, like 5 years.
If you look at people who earn that sort of money, it is based on the performance contract they have.
Yeah.
If I do this and I raise this and I do the other and I do
Good
this,
for you, yeah.
You do this for
I mean,
me.
yeah.
And you.
Which is a good thing. City, do you know me ukinipatia 500 million saizi?
Bro, why don't we start with something like 5 million just so that we can be realistic?
Okay. No, nilikuwa nataka kuchukua pesa ya mdosi wa
Alright,
CEO.
okay, 20
Nilikuwa nataka pesa ya CEO wa Cooperative Bank. Bro, you give me that money right now, you have transformed my life forever. But anyway.
Bro, 5 million can transform your life forever if you know how to use it.
Okay.
5 too. 5.
But as Paul Mongala movie, 5 million ni kidogo. You need to give me a little bit more. You need to multiply that number by 10.
I would like you to taper down these ideas you have of traveling to expensive places like Monaco.
I'm actually saying this just in case someone is listening and they're like,
I know they're listening. Why do you think I'm asking you to taper it down?
Maybe there's some, Arabian tycoon who will just be like, give that young man 50 million. You never know.
Well, at least you've tapered it down from 500 to 50. Get to 5. Okay.
5M.
Yes, and then work for it.
Bro.
This thing of waiting for it to... That thing doesn't... There's no plane going to fly over your head.
tuliambiwa sema kinyo nataka, mimi nataka 50 million.
Yes.
Mwenye unanisikiza hapo nje na uko na 50 million nataka kunipatia, give me 50 million.
Then go into the theater arts and watch the movie The Gods Must Be Crazy. Chinese firm in fresh SGR deal raises questions. Project cost, deal structure not disclosed. CRBC gets another role as contractor. But this one, people are complaining. A Chinese firm has backed this deal, we understand. But there are so many questions over the terms of the transaction and financing, which means it has not been made clear. CCCCC is the parent company of the China Road and Bridge Corporation, CRBC.
You know, they're constructing something hapa hivi, hii barabara kutoka Valley Road all the way to CBD naitwaje?
It's called Valley Road.
Okay, the road that
it is called Valley Road, the one which passes in front of Serena.
Yes. Oh, that entire stretch is actually called Valley Road.
Yes.
You know, they're constructing something there.
Yes.
What are they constructing there?
I've asked that question. Nobody can tell me. At first, because they started constructing it after the 2024 Gen Z
protest.
Yes.
Okay.
So I thought they were building a wall. At first, I said, "Wall? Why?" Then I realized, no, it looks like a bridge.
Yeah.
Then I realized I don't know.
Can anyone tell us what they're constructing on Valley Road?
Well, the thing that I can see there, by the way, China Communication Construction Company, that's the one, that's the 4 C's.
Yeah. CCCC.
Is the one which owns China Road and Bridge Corporation.
CBRC.
CRBC.
Okay, CRBC. Mm-hmm.
The Chinese have a very good model when doing business. This, you will find, is called a private company, but it's almost the equivalent of our parastatal. Yes.
Okay.
Gava has a say. Okay.
Because they're constructing something that looks like a bypass of sorts.
It's been looking like that for a very long time.
Right. Okay.
Ruto's 500 billion SGR bet. President Ruto has launched the extension of the Mombasa Naivasha standard gauge railway to Malaba border town, a major investment he acknowledged will further stretch the runway public debt, but which he builds as economically viable to secure Kenya's place as the hub for continental trade. Okay. All right. That's what he says. Judge fights graft probe. Ooh. High Court Judge Josephine Mongare yesterday secured court orders blocking a corruption investigation against her by the anti-graft agency. The court also barred the agency from arresting or disclosing adverse information on the judge pending determination of a petition on page 2. God Almighty, why are they picking on this lady? Huh? Whereas I am summoned to appear for interview and statement recording, no written reason has been provided for me. Right. Okay. Court upholds 104 billion shift system but false procurement. Remember, Okiya Omtata, Senator, had taken this matter to court. The High Court has upheld the legality of the Social Insurance Fund but ruled that its October 2024 rollout violated Kenya's right to health after widespread disruption in access to essential services. Okay? Right. So when you go to court, it can be a comme-ci, comme-ça situation.
Inaweza enda hivi ama vile.
Those, now, lastly, as state focuses on Nairobi Hospital, KNH cancer machine stall for over 3 months. Yes. Patients continue suffering because a radiotherapy machine that broke down is yet to be repaired. The referral hospital usually treats 100 cancer patients daily. That's in the headline. The Nation seems to have taken a hint from the Standard.
Yeah.
They also have, there's a headline that more or less fills the page completely.
Yeah. See, we can check it out after we come from the break.
We have already done so, but we can discuss the details.
Why not?
Yes.
Sawa basi. We are taking a short break right now. When we do return, of course, I shall be giving you shout-outs. I can see a couple of you tuned in from mapema. Nilidhani Julio ni Eid al-Fitr mtakuwa mmelala, lakini clearly that's not the case. So do stand by. We shall be right back.
It's 7 o'clock.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. Comfort Living Moments brought to you by Tile and Carpet Kenya.
From our Miti Kitten range, we celebrate the spaces where Suhoor is prepared with love, bringing peace and unity to your morning.
Comfort Living Moments brought to you by Tile and Carpet Kenya. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Muslims globally are today marking Eid al-Fitr after the crescent moon was sighted, signaling the end of the holy month of Ramadan. In Kenya, the announcement was made by the office of the Chief Qadhi, confirming the start of Shawwal after a month of fasting. Eid al-Fitr is one of the most important celebrations in the Islamic calendar, marking the end of fasting period during Ramadan, when Muslims observe daily fast, prayers and acts of charity. The Kenya Conference of Catholic Bishops has criticized political leaders over what it calls rising verbal indiscipline in the country. KCCB Chairman Maurice Mohatia said the behavior is embarrassing the nation and weakening public confidence in leadership. He urged leaders to show respect, restraint and integrity when speaking in public.
The young people listening to you are traumatized because in you is represented the collapse of their aspiration for leadership. The adults listening to you are embarrassed. You are a poor representation of our generation, and we are struggling to identify with you. Not everything that crosses your mind must drop on your lips. Please exercise restraint. This country belongs to more than 50 million Kenyans and not only to yourselves.
4 people have been shot dead by suspected cattle rustlers in Mutuati. The attack happened just a day after DIG Eliud Lagat held a high-level security meeting with officers from Meru County and Isiolo County. Authorities say security operations in the area are ongoing following the incident.
Na aswa tunajua kwamba ng'ombe ndio kila kitu kwa upande huu. Ndio inasomesha watoto wenu, ndio mnauza ili muweze kukula, si ni kweli? Na uko na right yote kuwa na hiyo mali. Nimefanya mkutano na wakuu wa usalama wa Meru na Isiolo, na tumekubaliana mambo mengi. Sheria lazima ifuatwe.
Iran has executed 3 men accused of killing police officers during anti-government protests in January. State media say these are the first hangings to be carried out in relation to the demonstrations. Among the men was teenager Saleh Mohammadi, a member of Iran's national wrestling team, sources have told CBS News. The executions took place on Thursday morning local time in Northern Qom province after the Supreme Court upheld their death sentences. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Welcome back. This is Radio Generation, the People's Breakfast. My name is Mungana Mbuvi, and I'm with CT Muga as well. Big shout out to Douglas Kibogonga Mesema, watching you all the way from Australia. Eugene Odhiambo saying, good morning, CT Muga Mbuvi.
Thank you very much. You know, this is wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes. Says, good morning, CT Muga Mbuvi and Team RG. Tuned in from Kikuyu. It rained here.
Asante sana.
Eid Mubarak to all our Muslim brothers and sisters. Mbuvi, I like CT. Mbuvi, I like CT. This is Douglas Kibogong. In Nakuru High School, I had a teacher like him. All right, so you remind Douglas of his teacher. So, and then he tells me, ask City why in developing world we don't have boarding schools, but in Kenya
they do.
Yeah, they actually do.
They do.
I know of several boarding schools actually in the UK.
They do.
I know of boarding schools in the United States of America. City, I taught in day schools in Kenya before going to Australia, but they were good students. CPA Ray Okelo amesema Choboua, amekumbuka Choboua. City, amuke icheza Choboua. Uliipata wanafunzi wako wakicheza Choboua?
No. I don't remember.
I'm sure they played.
I am certain they played, but I don't remember.
Yeah.
Yes.
Refriti, I think it is, amesema hivi. Morning RG, our political leaders are aware that attacking their opponents generates social media engagement. This creates a false impression of popularity and electoral support. Okay. Simon Indiati amesema, good morning wadau. I'm here to confirm that the current president is the only president that has promoted national unity by distributing suffering to all Kenyans bila ubaguzi. Thank you for your confirmation, Simon. Simon has come here to confirm.
All right.
He is the authority on confirmation.
Right.
He is the yardstick.
Yes.
Right. Now, front page of the Standard, which I didn't read earlier on, says this: Harambee House, what do they know? ? And they're calling it a scam. As investigators piece together the 60 million shillings fraud that ensnared the Swedish businessman, fresh details draw the spotlight higher up the chain. 4 of the 7 suspects allegedly staging meetings and gaining access to Harambee House were directly linked to senior offices. Purity Njeri Njamio and Geoffrey Were Odondi are said to be attached to Interior PS Raymond Omolo's office, while Jared Muniaro Masinde and Evans Kipkemoi Simotuo are aides to Senator Alan Chesang. Whether through complicity, negligence or ignorance, scrutiny now turns to what Dr. Omolo and Mr. Chesang knew or failed to know. Na hapa ndio wanasema corridors of deals. You remember that headline from the Standard from a couple of days ago. Dodgy numbers, 4.66 billion total contract value and about 14 million initial transfer, and a total of 60 million has been paid in these corridor deals. These corridor deals that have been mentioned here by the Standard newspaper. Hii ni noma mtu wangu. But this is not the first time we've heard of...
No, it is not the first time, and I dare say it won't be the last.
No. You think so?
Yes, I think so.
It won't be the last?
No, it won't be. See, this is what has come to light. Do we have any idea of what else goes on and has never come to light?
Come again?
This matter has come to light. That's
Yes.
why it's in the papers. That's why we're reading it.
Yes.
Do we know of what else happens in those corridors that never comes to light?
No, we don't.
Precisely. That's why I said it won't be the last. And this isn't the first, nor the second.
Ruto's Ruto's university funding model stares at collapse. The ministry required about 29.55 billion to fully fund students under the model, but the allocation fell significantly short after an allocation of 16.92 billion.
Walikuwa nataka 255.
Yeah.
Wakapewa 16
No, 29.55
billion.
wakapatiwa 16.
So there's a short or
About 13 billion.
peke yake.
Ndio wanahitaji.
Yeah, but that's see gap si kubwa vile.
Inategemea.
First of all, why did they require the 29 billion in the first place?
See, for the university funding.
I've understood.
Yeah.
Why 29? Why not 26? Why not 28?
See, because that is the amount they need.
No. They have to explain why they needed that 29 million. What is it that they were going to do that requires 29 billion rather?
What were they going to do?
Yes.
Okay. See, to fund the university.
Paul.
Yeah.
The question I'm asking is actually rhetoric in this sense. I don't want you to answer it.
Okay. Oh, because I thought you were waiting for an answer.
No, it's not you I want to answer. I am merely raising the question that when you throw a figure like that, you really do need to throw the figure and break it down for us so that we understand exactly how this 29 billion becomes relevant. Because it might as well have been 13 billion or 16 billion.
Yeah.
Or 5 billion. Yes. But you just say 29.
Yeah.
Remember the issues that Kenyans had regarding the SHA rollout and the equipment and what have you. 104 billion, okay. So why? Okay, now the court has said the procurement was okay. What was not okay was the rollout. And when I read that story, I'm sure the wonderful judge will tell us why it is that they find that the procurement was okay. Maybe they've done their homework and they figured, 104 is not that bad, given what it is that this system is supposed to do. Okay? But, again, who's to say?
Okay. University funding for students, for folks like you and I who've been there at the university, that is, how students really suffer.
In my time, we didn't suffer, bro. Let me not lie to you.
Okay.
There was no suffering. No.
So
you are the people who suffered.
Yeah, because
as we never had to cook. There was a dining hall. There was food every single day.
Was the food free?
Well, it was part of what you were to pay at the end of your study. You're talking about the year 1978 to 1981.
Okay, let me rephrase. Did you have to go with the money every time to the mess? Because
So you had a card.
Okay.
A student's card.
So that card,
there was no stamping it on or anything. You just walked into the dining hall. And after a while, it didn't matter. You just walked into the dining hall and ate.
Yeah, because
it was that simple.
Because the cooks and the catering staff, ilifika mali wanakujua.
And it didn't really matter. Because you would even bring your cousin who came to visit you and you would go and eat and nobody would ask you anything.
Your girlfriend from the other university would come and you would...
Nobody would ask you anything.
Okay. So now, during my time at the university, that is Kenyatta University, tulikuwa tunaenda na pesa kwa mess, tunanunua chakula. Now I can't remember the exact prices, but nakumbuka food would range from maybe say 20 shillings all the way to 100 depending on what you want, because there are some people who would buy 3 plates of the same meal. So of course your food will multiply accordingly. I mean your price will multiply accordingly. All right, the cost of your food. Lakini mimi sidi nilikuwa naona kuna watu walikuwa wanateseka properly.
That's the point I'm trying to make. We didn't have that problem. Yes.
Watu walikuwa wanateseka. Na kuna watu walikuwa wanategemea help. Right? So they tegemea help. That money, some of it was sent to their account directly, and then some would be sent, I think, to the university. Yes. So hii yenye imetumwa kwa account ndio upkeep yako. Hii ndio pesa yako ya
kula.
Na kununua maybe stationery if you need stationery and so on and so forth. When you mess with that model, when monies delay, there are students who will not go to school for sure. They will wait until the money checks in. Now, for those who are privileged, of course they will go to school because they are being funded by their parents. Sasa, hii university funding model wakisema inaenda collapse according to whoever audited that particular system. I am just asking because I can literally remember specific students that would rely on help. And whenever help delayed, me and my friends would chip in.
Ours was the complete opposite because we had something called Boom.
Yeah.
Okay? It was meant for buying books, blah, 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 blah. Okay? But food, you went to the dining hall and ate. Yeah? Then you were provided with a bed and a mattress. Sasa hiyo ingine ilikuwa ni yako. But that was it. Ours was cushy. The people who were there before us, people like James Agri Orenga and the other, then they even had laundry services. It's a very different setup. Remember, the generation that came into the who were graduating around the time people like I were entering, their university experience was completely different. Partly because if you finished Form 2, you could get a job.
Wait a minute. Did you say you had laundry services?
No, they, not us. Us, we didn't have.
Oh.
As you wash your clothes.
But as we had laundry services, we called them girlfriends. But yes, proceed.
No, there was a laundry service that eventually came. It was called Mbuni. Okay, it was a student center.
Right.
So you went and paid for it.
No,
okay?
I meant that our girlfriends used to do our laundry.
Oh, good for you.
Okay, carry
good
on.
For you, people who are entrenching slavery at the university.
They did it willingly.
Oh no, they didn't.
Dem akikuja kwako aseme, "Ai, babe, aki shati yako ni chafu. Si kwapi sabuni?" Mwambie ndio ile pale anaenda na kufulia. That's what slavery.
It is. You think she's washing clothes because it's during her recreational time she likes washing clothes.
Anyway, we'll talk about girlfriends later and how they did our laundry.
Don't say hour. I was not part of that hour with you. The point is this. Let's look at the seasons. Okay?
Right.
Early 70s to mid 70s, all you required was to finish a certain level of education and you could get a job, sincerely.
Yes.
I like to anecdotally say there were more jobs than there were people looking for those jobs. And many people who qualified to go to university didn't bother. Some who qualified to go to Form 5 and 6 didn't bother because you could get a job. And maybe there were needs for you to get a job. And you could grow in that particular profession after Form 6. So university was elitist, but really elitist. And those who went to university all got jobs. If at the time I graduated, I had an employment letter before I finished my exams. Okay? It was a completely different time. When you worked for government continuously, as some of us did for 10 years.
Yes.
I think it was after the first year they started deducting money from your salary to pay off the loan.
Yeah.
Now some people moved around, okay? And over time, probably the systems then didn't allow for them to be tracked. Government will always track you down. You may think you're clever, but not that clever. What am I trying to say? I'm trying to say the suffering that you mentioned was in your time, not in my time. That boom, there are people who came to college married. That boom would help pay for upkeep of their siblings. That boom would be part of the money they send home.
Yeah.
So it was a complete opposite. And by the way, this boom was given to you cash. Cash.
Nile mlikuwa mnaendea pale posta?
No. The money you'd get it in college.
So, or you'd go to the
day of the boom, unaenda finance, unalipwa pesa.
Okay.
Iko kwa bashi unapewa. Okay?
Was it the same amount for everyone?
Semester 1 was the largest amount. I think it's 1,400 shillings.
Okay.
You went to buy books, blah, 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 blah. And there's a bookstore at the shopping center, and the books were subsidized. So actually, you could buy all the books you need and still have change.
Okay.
The second semester, it was reduced. Was it 800? I forget the figures. Last semester, it was reduced further to 400.
Okay.
And this happened for 3 years. Okay? So people who studied in that time, that disadvantage you speak of did not exist. But I always marveled at how people got that first boom. The college was tended to be a bit empty. People had gone into town. Someone comes back with a boom box. You know what a boom box is?
Yeah, muziki.
Yeah, and the
radio.
Somewhere in the middle of the semester, they realized they should have bought other things as well.
So they sell the boom box?
No, you don't sell the box. What do you mean? Something? Boom box you'll take home with you after first semester so that people can know that you've been in the university.
All right.
It's a big thing, man. Being a comrade, big thing, man.
Okay.
Yes. So somewhere along the line, there must have been some thinking and planning for the population that was visibly increasing.
Yes.
But the implementation, like we discussed, all other implementation in this country fell short somewhere. Because HELB was always there. It wasn't called HELB.
Yeah.
Okay?
It had different names.
Yes, because the money that we were given, we were paying the equivalent of HELB because it's money we were subsidized. All that was accounted for and we were to pay it back. Okay? So, what we now have is a situation where our numbers are what they are. Our universities are what they are. Very, very many. From one, God knows how many there are. Probably 100.
Universities?
We have very many universities in this country. Most of them we don't even know of. But they exist.
There's Kabianga, there's Kibabi.
Bro, there are very many. And many of them are state-owned universities.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Others privately owned zilianza zikafungwa.
Yes.
Sijui kama unakumbuka Inorero University.
Yes, I remember it.
Yeah. ilianza, and venye ilianza tu,
they should have called it a different name.
Yeah, but I think it rebranded to something else.
It did. Somebody bought it up.
Yeah.
My point here being, if the system actually worked, part of what was supposed to help fund this was the repayments of loans from the people who had gotten it before. Okay? So it was like a revolving fund. But arguably, there are those who say, but if I don't have a job, I can't have a salary. If I don't have a salary, I can't pay you. So the conundrum begins there.
Yeah.
Forget the people who actually want to dodge paying it deliberately.
Yes.
But the whole understanding behind the student loan, because it was a loan, was that you pay it so that other people can benefit.
Yeah.
Yes.
I know during my time, people who took up help loan, the moment you clear university like this, they start charging you 5,000 for every month you haven't paid. So if you graduated in April, hapana, kunanga graduation in April. If you graduated in June, just know July, you owe the government, you owe the Higher Education Loans Board plus 5,000. July plus 5,000. August plus 5,000. So by the time you're getting to December, you owe these guys 60 Gs.
Yeah.
And maybe you borrowed 70 Gs.
You know, I worked in government straight without leaving for 10 straight years.
Okay.
And I used to get calls from help saying I owe money. I said, excuse me, I don't. I worked for the government and paid that loan steadily.
Yeah.
For all those years. It is not possible for me to owe.
Okay.
They've stopped calling me.
So you never went to check your books, the balances, nothing? Statements?
No. I didn't need to. There was a time we had the CEO who actually came to the studio I was working in, and he told me how it is there was a star hash
you
number.
Could check online, yes.
Yes, I told them this is wrong. I don't owe this money. I can't. It's not possible. How can you 100,000 shillings when the loan wasn't even 100,000 shillings?
Yeah.
How?
So for people who borrowed, let's say for a 4-year period, I don't know how much money they were getting, but let's even put it at 30,000 per semester.
Yes.
So a year has got 2, so 30 times 2, 60. 60 times 4, you probably, owe them 240K.
That is in your time.
Right.
In my time, it was much less. That thing didn't even get to 50,000 shillings for all the years that were there.
So now, 240,000.
Yes.
You have graduated university. You do not have a job, right?
Yes.
For an entire year.
Yes.
5,000 shillings every month. That already is 5 times what? That's 60,000. So 60,000.
So you are 300,000.
Yeah. In the second year, you have 360,000 that you owe help. Another year, you have 420. My friend, inafikanga mahali even the day you get kakitu kadogo hata kama ni nini. Unaangalia bill yako ya help. You owe these guys, remember from 240 Gs, you look at the bill that you owe these guys, it is close to 600, 700,000.
Something is wrong with that entire system.
Yeah. Hapa ndo nasemanga, and that is why we have a lot of defaulters.
They will default.
Yeah. That's why we have lots of defaulters, because even when you're going back to help to negotiate with them, unaanzia wapi? Unaanza aje? Like you owe these guys 600K. Unawaambia nini?
Well, you find county governments who are within their rights to claim land rates giving waivers.
Yeah. Actually, help does that as well. No. To be fair to them, they do give waivers.
I have even read of the waivers. It's a point I'm getting at here.
Okay.
If you are giving someone a loan, you also need to know how to keep in touch with them. That's really the point I'm trying to make.
During my time, we used to apply with our PIN numbers. So if you get employed, of course, when you give your PIN number to your employer is obligated to write to help, and they say, we have employed CT Muga in our organization. This is their money. We are paying him. So does he owe you money, and how much money do you want to be deducting from us?
So it means people who are self-employed would escape that dragnet, wouldn't they?
Mbaya sana.
That's the point I'm trying to make.
So keeping in touch with the person that you've given.
If I'm lending you, how do banks do it?
They have this policy known as know your customer.
They know you. That's why when you ask for a loan, they want to know where you live. Okay, they want to know all these things.
Yeah.
It's for a reason. It's not just for the heck of it.
Your next of kin.
It's not for the heck of it.
Yeah.
Okay? When you're a student, you'll give out this information freely. Okay? When you're a little wiser, you ask, why do you want to know?
Why? But here's the interesting thing. As a student, yes, you might give your location as Kahawa and Dani. But once you graduate, you will not stay at Kahawa and Dani. You'll probably go back to Pwani.
Paul, the university has all the details they require. When you applied from the time you're in school, they know about you. It's the same government.
Okay.
They know who you are. They know who your parents are. They know all these things about you. Yes. So a system that guarantees that you being in touch means you know where this person is, you know what they are doing. And after all, help is gava. And since it's government, surely the government knows where we are at any given moment in time. Like for now, they're listening. Okay?
Yes.
So they know where we are. Yes.
Wakitaka wanatukujia tu hapa.
Yes. They know exactly where to find you. And now in this modern day and age with phones, man, they
can even track you.
They really know where you are.
They can track you in real time.
Yes, they can.
Like even when you move from your desk to the toilet, they'll tell, okay, he has moved. Within the building, I'm under a flight up the stairs. Okay. He's in a sitting position. Oh, okay.
There's a lot of noise around the education sector. There's a lot of noise around the university sector. What I marvel at is, if something seems to be working, why do you need to tamper with it?
That, and also, you remember we've been talking about this youth bulge for a very long time. That was predicted several decades ago. It's not like we didn't know at this particular point we might have X number of students at universities.
We knew.
We were even constructing universities. So it's not like we didn't know that we are increasing capacity because we are increasing our population, or rather our population is increasing. We even saw advent of private universities. We are talking about the Mount Kenyas and the Kemus of this world. And we knew for a fact that Nikumanisha, our population, our young population is growing. And these people are going to need universities. So they are going to need funding for these universities, for them to acquire the knowledge that they are going to acquire in these universities. So my question is, who failed us? Who failed Kenya? Who failed the young people of this country even before they were born? Because someone needed to have planned for them.
The plan was there. Our issue is always the implementation. Because
so the problem is implementation.
It is, but it gets worse when implementation is attached to procurement. How do we procure the person who's going to do this? How do we procure the person who's going to build this? How do we procure the person who's going to supply this? How do we? Then it gets tricky and gets very muddied.
Yeah.
How do you explain a situation where universities get money? This huge amount we keep hearing of for education, universities are included. And yet they have debts. And you're wondering, see, I thought you guys got money. Well, no, so and so hasn't been paid. But I thought you got money.
Yeah.
So there's a back and forth. We've had some public universities that are teetering on the verge of collapse. The constant noise regarding teachers at the universities, lecturers, who have issues with the pay, CBAs that weren't honored. That's why I said that noise sometimes distracts you from what it is those institutions are supposed to do. Because you don't hear that noise in private universities.
Yeah. But I would say in a private university, things are a bit different. Ulienda pale ukijua unaenda kujilipia school fees. So hata wewe mwenyewe unajua pesa kikosekana, you defer a semester or two.
I assure you, it is because of the way it is managed. The cancer that we deal with, this one of cronyism when it comes to appointments, this cancer that we deal with that relates to who it is that gets a position and who it is they know.
Yeah.
It is a nesting an ecosystem for the worst form of impunity, because the person knows nothing can happen to them irrespective of what they do, simply because the people they are associated with. And this has been our problem for the longest time. You know, sometimes I get nostalgic when I look at what it is that I witnessed and what I lived when I was young. The security, the safety. A kid in Sanatu, you just walked to school. There was no the ease with which so many things happened. It didn't occur to you. So long as you passed an exam, you knew you would go to the next level.
Yeah.
You passed, you knew you'd go. I mean, the problem that is often referred to as interference, the problem that is often referred to as graft, they are the symptoms of a certain ethos that we acquired and we entrenched.
Yeah.
And it pervades every area of our lives. Every. Whether it is our spiritual lives, secular lives, day-to-day work. And then we've graduated the L.
Yeah.
So there are some which are permissible and which we think are okay. There's a degree which you say, no, hii sasa ni mbaya.
Yeah. Hapo umevuka mpaka.
Hapa, no. And the mpaka is not good to bad. It is from bad to very bad.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So when we talk about the planning, we planned for the future. It was planned for. That's why you always have an entire ministry that does that. The people who are there know what to look for.
Ministry of Planning. No, it is under the Treasury Ministry. It's a department now.
Yes.
There's a PS for planning.
Yes, but it was a ministry for a very long
I remember, yes, there was an entire Ministry of Planning.
Yes, there was a ministry.
And I would have hoped we maintained that thing from the get-go.
When you have a population like ours which constantly grows, you do need a ministry that deals with just planning.
I actually wonder what the department currently is doing. We need to talk
It's doing
this.
what the ministry did.
Yeah.
Yes. What I'd like to understand is the thinking behind merging it and making it part of
the treasury.
One could argue that with the new constitution, there was a limit to how many members of cabinet you could have. So that also limits the number of ministries that you could have.
Okay.
It could be that. But of significance is this. The numbers here aren't really the issue. It's the functionality of it and the relevance that it then has to the needs of the citizenry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone is saying here, this is Ken Mugolo. Morning, guys. If you don't get a job, watafanya nini? This is in regards to help repayment.
Nothing, they'll wait.
But
and the debt just keeps piling.
Yeah. Sasa mtu alichukua loan ya 140,000. Tuseme 140,000. Anajipata na deni ya 350 and you're wondering.
No. The Duplam law prohibits that.
Yeah.
Hiyo ilikuja. Uwezi hata interest ujazo namna gani is a ceiling beyond which they cannot go. So it just can't keep multiplying. And even then, extenuating circumstances, some of these things, if one were honest, if you go and talk, you can arrive at an understanding and say,
yeah.
This is what I have, this is what I owe, this is what I have. Yes. They are not averse to listening and understanding and coming to an agreement. No, they are not averse at all. After all, they want the money paid. Because if you play hardball, no money will be paid, so you don't have money. Yeah. So you're better off even people paying you the principal, you will then have money, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes. You know, problems are never big. We make problems big. We as human beings are the ones who bring about situations that bring about the difficulties that we keep referring to.
Yes.
It is us. Because those situations in and of themselves cannot become bad. They're just situations. And situations as we know them are created by human beings. See? Right now, if you look at the number of issues that are constantly a topic of discussion in the nation, there is nothing that you can look at that a solution cannot be found for. Nothing. No. So the question you want to ask is, why is there no solution?
Now, the reason why they decided to change this new funding model, or rather the old one to the new one, personally it's beyond me, because no one ever complained and said, hey guys, this help loan nini situation venye mnapatia watu pesa iko na shida. Like no one complained. I didn't hear of help themselves complaining, saying that, we've just discovered, because I'm sure help does its own research. It's not like help came and complained and they said, we've realized the kind of people we're giving loans, kidogo, it's like they're not the ones who are supposed to be getting this loan. So we probably need to have this thing changed. It's not like they gave that recommendation. Because if they had come out and said that, look guys, there's a problem here, perhaps I would understand the government saying that, look, for the last God knows how many years, there has been a problem with our funding model. We need to change it up so that we can introduce a better system.
Even when you talk about a funding model,
yeah.
The truth of the matter is this.
Yeah.
The moment the 2010 Constitution came into being, there's a component we refer to as public participation. Okay? It's for a very good reason.
Yeah.
You want to bring about a monumental change like that, let people have a discussion about it.
Okay.
And it is not difficult.
Public participation.
It is not difficult. You know why? If it is not difficult to hold rallies, it is not difficult to have discussion on these important things.
Thanks. There's something on the front page of the Daily Nation.
Ruto's 500 billion SGR bet. The assumption here is that this thing is going to cost 500 billion.
Has he already done the groundbreaking?
There's a picture in the Business Daily of him and the chairman of the corporation that is supposed to do it.
Yeah. So is that the groundbreaking?
This is the groundbreaking.
All right. I thought it was supposed to happen this particular Saturday. But anyway, maybe I read wrong.
Well, let me read what they're saying. President William Ruto and the China Communication Construction Company former chairman Song Haliang Titan the rail track nut. Yani kuna nut inafungwa a key component of the railway inaitwa nut. Okay? NUT, not KNUT.
All right.
During the launch of the construction of the Naivasha Kisumu Malaba standard gauge railway line in Narok yesterday.
Okay. So they already did the groundbreaking.
Scale.
This SGR that is supposed to go all the way to Malaba, you said?
Kisumu Malaba.
Okay. Wait, they are doing it in phases.
It has to be done in phases.
Yeah.
Malaba is not next to Kisumu.
Yeah.
Malaba unaelekea kama upande za Eldoret ndio unaenda hivi.
So now it's going to start at Naivasha to Kisumu.
Well, that's where it ended.
Yeah. So Naivasha to Kisumu, then Kisumu to Malaba. Here Naivasha to Kisumu inafaa kuisha lini?
I really have no idea.
No timelines provided, eh?
I don't know.
Okay.
I honestly don't know. But what I do know, remember when we had Shakil Shabir Mweshimiwa?
Yeah.
I asked him about this. Because the railway line to Kisumu is going to pass through his constituency.
Yes.
In fact, Kisumu even has a new railway station.
It's Kisumu East. Kisumu what?
East.
Kisumu East, eh?
Yes.
Okay.
Remember, there is a railway line to Kisumu. It's not DSGR. And it works, huh?
Yes.
So, the question I ask is, so this SGR, will it have another station? I'm an EO too. If I'm to go by the places I have visited in the West, if you're talking about a choo-choo train, because some of those countries still have a choo-choo train, okay?
Choo-choo layer steam.
That one. Then they have the zoom, okay?
The first one.
Yes. The lines are different, but you can actually see one if you're in one, all right? The way it is constructed, let me talk about the one which fascinated me the most. The one in Geneva.
Yes.
The railway station is underneath the airport.
So you can literally shuka train, panda ndege, and vice versa.
Yes.
Shuka ndege, panda train.
Yes. Na taxi na kila kitu iko hapo nje. Okay? I found it fascinating that you've combined road, rail, and air in one place. It's fascinating, meaning there's no hiccup. If you've landed and you need to go somewhere, you even know the time the train leaves. That's planning.
Yeah.
You've understood. Now, can you imagine if we had a railway line at JKIA?
Wouldn't that be something?
Thank you so very much. Would it not make such a huge difference? Meaning, there's a line for those who want to go to town, those who want to go to Ngong, those who want to go to Ruiru, and you see
watu wa Udhiru kule,
yes,
Wayakiwe.
Yes, and na kama wewe kwenu ni Mombasa, pia huko mbali sana.
Oh yes.
Una drop pale SGR
inakupeleka home.
So wouldn't it be something?
It would be something. It would actually.
Meaning, if you are a tourist and you want to go to Mombasa, they can offer you the option. Do you want to experience the train? And this is where now the old line, the single gauge, the choo-choo train would come in handy because it's romantic. The man-eaters of Savo Express. Okay?
Inakupeleka pale ndio Franklin Rania Likulu hapo na Lion pale.
Yes. Na huyo lion bado yuko. Nakufa.
But they skinned those lions, right?
Of course they did. I'm being facetious.
All right. They're currently in a museum in the United Kingdom.
I don't know.
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
They're on display.
Good for them.
Yeah, they should be displayed here, but they're displayed there.
The people they ate are people.
No, they ate our people as well, and a few Indians.
The only reason why our people are mentioned is because they ate the other fellows. Those lions had been eating our people for a very long time. No, actually, I'm joking.
Okay.
By the time lions eat people, usually they're old. Okay?
Yeah.
And they've also discovered that these people are easier to eat.
Those lions are currently...
They are slower.
Mm.
And so we think we're clever.
Yes.
They're not that clever. So it's not very difficult to eat them.
Those lions are currently on display somewhere in Europe.
Is that bro? Wakaitu huko.
Ni sawa sawa.
This SGR reminds me of the intra-Africa trade that was supposed to have been facilitated by the Africa Free Trade Area. The moment that conversation was had by the AU, the Americans came calling. And they now wanted to sign agreements with individual states, individual governments.
Yes.
Now, the moment the Americans do that, you know, the Africa free trade discussion now becomes a little iffy.
Yeah.
Okay? But part of why the Africa free trade discussion was important is this. People always ask the question why it is Africa doesn't trade with itself. The logistics are prohibitive.
Yeah.
Why trade in Europe, say within the EU, is possible? Because logistics are a lot simpler, easier, well facilitated, and it eases trade.
Yes.
You try and move good from here Kenya, to DRC. Where?
Tricky.
Where? Okay?
Yeah.
Every road network we have, if it's a huge trunk road, you'll be told this is part of the XYZ Africa road. Okay? It's supposed to connect. If we build ours and South Sudan doesn't build theirs, you know we have a problem.
A big one, I would assume.
If we build ours and Ethiopia doesn't build theirs, you know there's a problem.
Yes.
If we build ours, Uganda builds theirs, but bless you, these countries in Central Africa have not built theirs. You cannot then move to West Africa. Yes. So the idea behind the railway and the connectivity picks up from the Kenya-Uganda railway and the thinking behind it to make trade possible. Now, if you look at the way the railway was built, the roads came before the railway, and for a good reason.
Yeah.
To move the material with which you build the railway, you need a road because you need to carry these things. So the road was next to the railway. It always was, or it wasn't far from the railway.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, when you look at the ease with which now movement becomes possible, trade then becomes even more possible and with ease. Because, for instance, if you look at the roads we have within the country, and the road network in this country,
yes,
in many, many ways has improved significantly from the days when I was a younger person.
Yeah, actually, you're right, because if what my father says is true, of which it is true,
yes,
you guys went through some hell.
We did a lot of walking in our time.
There's a distance in our Ushago in Kitui. It's actually a walking distance, and it won't take you more than 10 minutes to get to the destination. My father told me that back in the day, it took them over 1 hour from point A to point B, because first of all, the road was winding, milima na mabonde, and then bushes, and then animals. Yeah. But nowadays, literally driving, if I'm driving through the same area, it will take me less than a minute, because of course a vehicle is faster than walking. But when you're walking, it will take you 5-10 minutes max. So yes, the roads have really improved from your time.
It has.
Yeah.
Why am I talking about the railway and the road? When you talk about development and talk about infrastructure, this is what we're talking about. Because the ease with which you do business means the ease with which goods and services can be facilitated. And if the road network is good, the rail network is good, then it means the ease we speak about is genuine ease. It's something you can do with the minimum stress and with minimum constraint. The story about Africa and the narrative about Pan-Africanism is a truly good one. But the nuts and bolts of what makes it possible. You see, we in East Africa began this thing of integration a long time ago.
Yes.
And if we had gotten it right, which we had before it was interfered with, remember we got this thing, we're doing this thing long before the EU. But yet, the EU, if you look at individual countries, had understood unification before us. You're talking about the 1800s.
Yes.
You're talking about the Italian called Garibaldi. You're talking about Otto von Bismarck.
Yeah.
Okay. The Prussian, the German as we call them. All those little states in those countries were independent, and they had kings or rulers or whoever it is, and they consider themselves independent. Okay?
Yes.
These are guys who knocked people's heads together and made it one country. So they understood the integration. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
But now to move from that integration within their country to another, those guys were fighting not for decades, centuries. They were constantly fighting. I don't know what it is about them, but we had our beefs and our issues, yes.
In Africa?
Oh, we certainly did. We certainly did. The cattle raid, we had it. Mm-hmm. But that scale of theirs is something to behold, okay? Mm-hmm. When we now understand that we have a lot of commonality and the similarity, and we have more things that you could unite us than those that divide us, and we get to working on it, the thinking is good, but we've never gotten the formula of how to wave off or starve off interference, because the interference is what runs roughshod on our ideas.
Yeah.
If you look at how the community collapsed and the individuals who are blamed for it, fingers were pointed at certain individuals, what they did, they were doing so at the behest, it is said, of other people who wanted this thing to collapse. Now we're at it again. We had a minister, we had a member of parliament in Yala,
yes,
and we're having the same discussion.
Yeah.
And you can see, we have moved and then we're moving back again. And yet this is something that would benefit us. Perhaps we need to take a leaf from the Swiss.
Okay.
They also had similar problems. The leaf is this. What we call counties, they have what they call cantons. Now the cantons are semi-autonomous. And Switzerland is unique because there are parts of it which are German,
French,
Italian, and so forth. Okay? But their presidential position is rotated. You know.
So Canton A wakipeana this time
2 years. You know even the order. So there's no fighting.
Hakuna drama.
No.
Mnangojanga tani yenu.
Na itakuja. And you even know who's going to be next. The EU have adopted something similar. See? We could adopt something similar. So we know.
But if we were to adopt, I don't know how many cantons are in Switzerland. But here we have 47 counties. So 47 cantons, yeah? My friend, if we were to do 2 years per canton, that means that there are people here who will see a president from their region after like 100 years.
No.
Yeah.
It's country. Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, blah, 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 blah.
I'm talking about Switzerland here.
And I'm talking about East Africa.
Okay.
And I'm saying the model that is used, the cantons, can be used in the East African community.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So that the Somalis know our turn will come. The Ethiopians know
our turn will come. On the way. Yeah.
DRC know our turn will come.
Yeah.
And these African habits where when it's your turn unakwamia. So no, I swear not this 2 years not enough.
Yeah.
No, none of that. It can be done. But in the meantime, you run your affairs as you see fit. And we have all these common tariffs, common what. We were there. The Kenyan shilling, the Ugandan shilling, the Tanzanian shillings were on par. You did not need foreign exchange. You just walked in the country and spent your money. But the same, yes, you did. But the same happens in all those border towns. You can get their currency if you wish. But the places where you can use the Kenyan currency, just like you would use their currency, and they even have an exchange rate. See? What am I saying? I am saying the realm of the possible and possibilities is actually upon us. And the things that we can do with those possibilities are immense. The population on this continent is not going to stop growing. It won't.
Yeah.
It will continue growing. So if we're talking about a failure to plan for that bulge, that bulge is not reducing, it is growing. You get to a certain pinnacle, the multiply effect is like China. By the time you get to that population, even if everybody has one child, sana, and your population just keeps growing. It has happened to India. We saw it. They caught up with the Chinese.
Yes.
You
know, still on this issue of East Africa community stroke, our SGR that is now going to Malaba and perhaps even now to Uganda and beyond. You know, when I look at countries such as the United States of America, the reason why we have so many billionaires in there is because they are operating in a large market.
Large economy.
We wouldn't have billionaires as many as we have in those countries if maybe California state was, independent and they're not working together with Florida, or they're not working with Massachusetts and so on and so forth. But the reason why we have people like Elon Musk becoming billionaires is because they can run their businesses in New York, Chicago, and some other place, and still be within the same country, but their populations are massive. Tesla, the vehicle, is largely being bought in America. It's not being bought. I mean, we have a few units outside America, yes. But the biggest market they have is actually in the US.
I agree. Remember, the focus of the founding fathers and the people who came after them was they understood what was needed to grow the economy. They knew. They understood it. That's why among the people who actually became wealthy were the barons who started creating the railway.
Mm-hmm.
They focused on the railway. They understood what the railway could do. It opened up areas and regions that previously had not been opened.
Yeah.
It made it possible. It's a vast country. It made it possible for the thing that they were planning to actually happen. The railway line.
Yeah.
Road network was there, but railway. Because railway does more. It carries more people.
Yes.
It carries more goods. Okay? And remember, the railway started before the advent of the so-called motor vehicle.
Yes.
Yeah.
Also, something that Mheshimiwa Maina Karobia of IALA said here, this issue of visas. I feel like it's one of our biggest, but perhaps we need to reconsider this as a continent. I know President Ruto, yeye amefungulia African countries zote zikuje Kenya venye zinataka. Is it a good thing? I guess we'll find out soon enough.
I think it is a good thing.
It is a good thing.
Yes.
Because if we have this free movement amongst ourselves, that means that today if I see an opportunity in Senegal, I don't even to give it much thought. I just need to ensure that I have enough airfare to get to Senegal and conduct business there. Imagine how easy it would be if I just woke up one day and I saw there was an opportunity in Ghana and not have to worry about visa. I hear to go to Nigeria you need a visa as a Kenyan. Imagine how easy it would be if I just woke up, get the right airfare, go to Nigeria and conduct business there, not have to think about, now I need to get a visa, I need to go and queue at the Nigerian embassy, pay X amount of money, and chances are I might be denied that visa.
You only need to consider the ease with which you move in East Africa. ID. You just need an ID. You get up and if you travel within East Africa as I have, it is a wonderful thing.
Yeah.
It is truly, truly wonderful. Remember what we now have as our passport, the color code and everything, began as the East African passport.
Yes.
There was a time some of us had two. You had the Kenyan one
and the
East African one.
Yes.
Now it's one. Now, man, it makes life easy. For those who don't travel, they may not understand it, but it does. For those who do business across the border, they also will understand it. It makes life very simple.
It happens in the continent of America, North America. Apart from Mexicans, the Canadians can get into America, Americans can get into Canada, do business, come back without hakuna drama mingi. Wewe fika tu pale kwa boda, toa kitambulisho yako and you're told, twende kazi. And that is why those guys are where they are. In the European Union, something similar.
Oh, yes.
You can move. That's why we also have billionaires in that side of the world.
There's something about the population growth and the understanding of the citizenry to enhance the business ecosystem and to grow it. Okay? Europe wasn't always like that. They began with the agrarian revolution, then the industrial revolution. They understood.
Yes.
And that growth is what propelled it to where it was. And then they also understood trade with each other. Okay? And the EU just expanded that particular ecosystem for trade.
Yes.
Made it possible for all these many things to happen. But they also understood if they're working as one unit, they're able to do more.
Exactly. Look at even how they legislate. Their legislation literally determines what we on this side of the world get.
Yes.
From the phones that we are using to the kinds of TVs that we are consuming, we are using and having in our house, to even the kind of fridge you have in your house. You wouldn't be having that fridge if it wasn't for the legislation that is currently happening within the European Union.
I agree. That type of fridge, which must be X and Y and Z and anti this and the other and the other.
Exactly. The fact that you have a very efficient and energy efficient TV in your house
is because of the legislation.
Because of European, not even America, European Union. Because they decide for the benefit of the world, we need things to be in this way and this way and this way. The reason why we have this universal charger that you can charge your iPhone and you can charge your Android device and you can charge your laptop.
It's their legislation.
Because of that legislation.
Before my friend Bwana, you had a charger for this.
Kila mtu alikuwa anatengeneza charger yake. Kuna ya Nokia.
Kuna ingine kuna sijui ni 3, ingine kuna 4.
Ingine unaekelea simu sijui hapa on the side. Ingine unadunga huko nyuma. And see, that's the thing. And then I look at a country like China. The number of billionaires we have in China, it's because of their population.
Bro, it is very easy to become a billionaire in that country.
Yes.
And you don't need to serve the whole country. Where you live.
Do you know in China there are celebs who are not even known in the rest of the country?
And they don't need to be known.
They are just known in that locality, but those guys are rich as hell.
I don't think they're even interested in being known elsewhere. Okay. Mali wako.
Wako tu sawa. Because if you have 4 million followers from your town,
so you're set.
My friend, what else do you need? Here in Kenya, by the time you get to 4 million followers, you're being followed also from Tanzania and Uganda and Rwanda for you to get those phenomenal figures. So if we actually open up our trade through things like SGR and perhaps the East Africa community, we look at India. How are we forgetting India? The number of billionaires in India.
Wengi.
Because of the usicheze na population ya 1.4 billion.
Do you know, if you look at even Japan?
Yeah. Japan. Yes.
We forget the Asian subcontinent. Asian continent, rather not subcontinent. Subcontinent is India. Look at Indonesia. Your population. Matajiri ni wengi, bro.
Yes.
Okay? The underpinning quality that one finds is not just the population, the quality of the population.
Yes.
Educated, resourced, motivated, the work ethic, the communal understanding, and the pride of their nation.
Yes.
So it is not difficult. That same story goes for South Korea. Yes. So you find
actually, South Korea has literally opened itself to the world. Them, they are no longer even in Asia now.
No. Them in the world. They followed Japan.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Yeah.
So once these things can be done, and in our lifetime we've seen where they were and where they are now, you realize these things are possible.
Yes.
For instance, when you tell someone about Samsung, we in Kenya, we know they make phones.
Yes.
Those fellows make ships.
They make bulldozers.
Yes, they do.
Movers,
yes, earth movers. And some of the people who buy their ships are China, believe it or not.
Yeah.
So,
yeah,
you listen to all this and it's amazing. You realize, but it has to start somewhere.
Yeah.
With the education system, the ethos with which the people live. Now, we are unfortunate. The ethos that we've gone into is the ethos that guarantees we will not develop.
Yes.
We have the idea and we sabotage it with this culture we have of always, you begin by taking snippets, then you find people who take big chunks, and some who take big bites, and the thing collapses before it has even moved.
It's crazy. Let me close with this comment from Anne. Anne, amesema, good morning. Help from from mid to late 90s, it really came through. Boarding schools have a place in this country. Some people's homes situations are so stressful. Boarding schools became a refuge. Kuna watu wamekapitia Kenya, Kuna watu wamekapitia Kenya. Yeah. All right. Nilikuwa na meza maji kidogo niache kunyongwa. Ken Mugolo amesema, not Ken, but the real amesema, most Americans have huge student loans that have interest capped.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right. Every time tunasikianga all student loans in the US, watu wanashindwa kulipa. But it's, I mean, at the end of the day, each country has got their own model.
Yes, but the culture they have there and why these things are possible, people understand that debts are to be paid and they try to pay them.
Yeah.
Sisi, kama unaweza kuhepa.
Hepa. Kwanza unatafuta mtu wa kusaidia kuhepa.
And then you say si pesa ya serikali. You forget it's your money, chief. Yes.
It's your sister's money, your mom's money, your father's money.
Yes. Yeah. It's not serikali.
Sisi ndio serikali.
Wewe ndio serikali.
Aye. Coming up, the news with Winnie Maganga.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The government says it has sent teams from different agencies to help with rescue efforts, assisting families and restore services as heavy rains are predicted in several parts of the country. The Interior Ministry is advising you to follow advice from the Kenya Meteorological Department as the rains are expected to get heavier over the weekend and continue until 24th of March. Government officials across the country are on high alert to deal with the effects of the heavy rainfall. Flooding has so far claimed 73 people across the country. Senator Danson Mungatana is calling for accountability over rising corruption cases in Tana River County. Speaking in the Senate, Mungatana urged the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions to give a detailed update on all corruption and economic crimes cases in the country. He asked for information on investigations, prosecution decisions, ongoing court cases, and measures being taken to prevent abuse of office.
Mr. Speaker, corruption, abuse of office, and misappropriation of public resources continue to rise within the county government of Tana River, despite the county's pressing development needs. In the statement, the committee should address the following: the number and status of files relating to Tana River County officials that have been submitted to the ODPP by investigative agencies, including the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, EACC, the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, DCI, and any other relevant agency.
Makueni Governor Mutula Kilonzo Jr. has urged leaders to uphold peace and cohesion in the country. Mutula warns that recent exchanges of insults could deepen divisions in the country. The Makueni County Chief added that the current political environment may be a recipe for future disaster for Kenya if leaders do not show restraint.
Viongozi wamerushiana maneno ambayo kidogo inaanza kuleta taharuki kwa nchi nzima, kwa sababu watu wote wakitumia njia hiyo tutakuwa na vurugu na tutaweza kuharibu amani. Kwa hivyo mimi kama kiongozi wa Makueni nataka kuwauliza viongozi tupunguze maneno makali ambayo yanaweza kutumika vibaya. Wale ambao ni wafuasi wetu wanaweza kutumia maneno haya na kutumia muundo huu kwa njia ambayo inaweza kuleta utata katika siku za usoni. Wale ambao walishuhudia mambo tulikuwa nayo mwaka wa 2007 na 2008, mambo haya yalianza na vitu vidogo.
Meanwhile, the Kipsigis Council of Elders have called on the leaders to stop exchange of words between themselves and focus on development agenda for the country.
Machibishano ambayo tulisikia juzi na jana ilitushangaza sana. Na Biblia nasema ulimi usipochungwa ni hatari. Ulimi ni moto. Inaweza kubariki watu ama inaweza kulaani watu. Tunataka viongozi wachunge matamshi yao isije ikalete vurugu. Sisi jamii wa Kipsigis tunasemanga wakati ndume wanapotaka kupigana wanaanza kama mchezo. lakini mwisho itakuwa pita.
Ghana is set to present a major resolution at the United Nations declaring the transatlantic slave trade a crime against humanity. The resolution will be discussed by the United Nations General Assembly on March 25th, 2026, which is marked globally as the International Day of Remembrance of the Victims of Slavery and Transatlantic Slave Trade. According to Ghana Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the proposal follows a pledge made by President John Mahama during his address to the UN last year. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
This is Radio Generation.
The National Environmental Management Authority NEMA hereby notifies the public that it has received an environmental impact assessment study report for a proposed development by Season Global Limited. The project involves the construction of a 7-story hotel with a total of 185 suites. The development is on plot numbers Nairobi/Block 91/157 and 91/158 along United Nations Crescent in Gigiri, Westlands Sub-County, Nairobi City County, pursuant to Section 59 of the Environmental Management and Coordination Act, CAP 387. A full copy of the report is available for inspection during working hours at the Office of the Director General NEMA and the County Director of Environment, Nairobi City County, or online at www.nema.go.ke. NEMA invites members of the public to submit oral or written comments within 30 working days from the date of this notice. Comments may be emailed to info@nema.go.ke. Please quote reference number NEMA/Envis/SR/00490.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. FIFA has fined the Israel Football Association £141,700 and issued a warning over discrimination. The action comes after a complaint by the Palestine Football Association about racism in Israeli football. FIFA said the Israeli association broke rules on offensive behavior and discrimination. As part of the penalty, the IFA must display a banner saying football unites the world, no to discrimination at its next 3 home matches. Kenya has booked a final against hosts DRC at the ongoing IWBF Under-25 Women's Africa Wheelchair Basketball. Kenya beat South Africa 41-15 on Thursday and will now play host DRC today in the finals. The winner will qualify for the IWBF World Championship next year. Here's the national team coach Charles Jabush.
And we are very thankful to God for the opportunity that He had given to us to be able to practice for the Under-25 qualifiers of World Championship. So we are thankful so much for the kids have really performed well and they've worked hard, and we are in the finals here in DRC Congo.
And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome to Radio Generation. The time right now is 9 minutes past 8 o'clock. How are you doing? My name is Mungala Mbuvina Nikona City Mugo in the studio. We were to host Governor Kangata in this particular hour. Unfortunately, we've had to postpone that. But the conversation still continues in this particular hour. And we want to focus on something I've just seen in the papers this morning. Tulikuwa tumeongea na City kidogo kuihusu. And it's about the drama festivals that are currently we're preparing for them. We're still doing the regionals and so on and so forth. And I think the finals are happening in a few days' time. The location, from what I understand on this paper, they're saying, this is on page 8 of the Standard newspaper, they're saying it's Ruto's Drama Festival in a new bid to censor controversial pieces. Let me just read a little bit of what they're saying here. Ministry of Education moves to curtail controversial pieces. All participating schools to provide details of their learners and teachers. The learners, the ongoing Nyanza Regional Drama and Music Festivals, also they're in Nyanza. Okay. The ongoing Nyanza Regional Drama and Music Festivals have been modeled into President William Ruto's own image as the government lays stricter measures to guard against controversial creative pieces. The move is part of an effort to gag infiltration of creative works critical of government and some of its controversial policies. The action by the Ministry of Education comes as a measure against the use of playwrights who are not teachers or learners in respective institutions in the production and directing of such pieces of art in the school's talent extravaganza. This follows an incident that involved Butere girls when they were stopped from presenting the play Echoes of War that was authored and directed by former Kakamega Senator Cleophas Malala. The play, that was set in a fictional monarchy, explicitly featured themes of political intolerance, digital surveillance, and the potential of digital technology, while focusing on the plight of young people whose needs for good governance and good healthcare were key in the play. The ministry will now be requiring every school that will be presenting any creative item to submit all details of their school, details of learners, including their admission numbers, names of the teachers, their Teachers Service Commission numbers, as well as group photos of the teams. The names of the authors or directors of the creative pieces are to be staged. The names of the authors or directors of the creative pieces that are to be staged are also mandatory during the submission. Mimi ninakumbuka when I was in high school, we had several plays. And our teachers who did the training, then they were just patrons. The directors were actually outsiders. Some of them were old boys of Nairobi school, so they came and they brought these plays with them. They wrote them, they brought them, they coached us, they directed us, and I believe they were paid us some of money for that particular work. What's the big deal? Mwalimu wako na wakati gani kuandika play kuja kudirect na bado mark vitabu zetu? Sometimes they get outside help.
Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah. What are your thoughts, City?
Well, it seems to me what you're talking about is the insinuation or the implication of censorship. Censorship is as old as time.
Okay.
The idea of what is acceptable and what isn't. Because this is the discussion about freedom and the limits of freedom. And whether there is a limit to freedom, and if there is, what for and why so.
And then if there's a limit, then is it freedom?
Yes. And then there's the argument, if there are no limits, can it actually be freedom?
Exactly.
And in the absence of limits, is it then freedom or is it chaos? See, it then becomes a dialectical discussion and even a philosophical one. But when it comes to the expression that people experience through the arts, whether it is a painting, whether it is a song, whether it is a play, okay? For the longest time, plays have been used as a tool that brings to life a situation that was considered to be of importance in society, or a thought process, or a narrative, or an understanding, or a belief, its practice and outcomes. When we moved from plays and theater, we then went to movies. Movies are theater.
Yeah.
Okay?
Film.
Yes, and that's why you'll ask you, what's the theme? The theme often tries to bear relevance to real life situations. They take poetic license, if it's in the matter of speaking, or they take literary license when it comes to how they go about it, meaning they'll add some fictional attributes to that story to make it more lively to either listen to or to participate in. Okay? But these are the avenues through which human beings have expressed one, their diversity, their interests, their distaste for things, their dislikes, and everything that is human. That's what the arts have done for us for the very, very longest time.
Yeah.
Okay? It gives you an opportunity to actually, more or less, experience what other people went through. There is a book that was written by a gentleman called Arthur Miller. It's called The Crucible. It is known. It's a book that is known. I know it because when I first met it, because I studied it. Now, it takes place in a small area in the U.S. in the 18th century, in the 17th century, called Salem. And the story is about witchcraft and what it is they did to witches in Salem at that particular point in time in history.
Actually, there are several movies about Salem.
Yes.
Wakenya wanaitanga Salem.
Ndiyo Salem, hiyo Salem.
Huku inaitanga Salem.
Yes.
Ukisema Salem wanashangaa.
Yes.
Yeah, but there are places here in Kenya called Salem actually.
Ziko.
But
now, what Arthur Miller was writing about, he actually won a Pulitzer for that book, was this. Arthur Miller was actually writing about the 1950s persecution of people who were believed to be
witches,
Marxists, in the U.S. in the 1950s. There was a center called McCarthy. It's called the McCarthy era. McCarthy is the one who led the charge in prosecuting people who they thought were communists. Russia was considered to be a threat to the U.S., the freedom of the U.S. And anybody who purported to be a communist was prosecuted, jailed. And you often jailed just because someone said you were a communist. They did not need to prove anything. It was spoken of. The same thing happened in Salem. All someone needed to do was point and say, so and so is a witch. Haki hiyo tu.
That's all the evidence they needed.
And what they did with witches, they burnt witches. Burnt as in...
Burnt them at the stake.
At the stake, yes, exactly.
Unafungwa kwa mti, wanapalilia kuni hapa kando, na wanawasha hiyo kuni.
Yes. Now, when you look at those who've studied literature, I being one of them, at school, at university level, you encounter all the genres of literature, whether it's a novel, whether it's a play, whether it's a novella, okay, whether it's a poem. All these things speak to experiences, okay? These notions are introduced to children at the level of school. It starts with nursery rhymes that children are taught to sing. From the singing, then the expression of these songs are brought into an arena of competition. That's why you have school drama festivals, schools this and this and the other.
Music festivals.
Oh, yes. So that children are taught and are introduced and immersed into this culture of expression through the arts. Okay?
Yeah.
And in Kenya, it's a big thing for schools. It's a very big thing. Literally all schools participate.
I remember during my time, drama festivals. That was the only thing.
Yes.
It was the only thing. Apart from rugby, drama was the next best thing. Yes. And after drama in the second term, rugby, of course, takes center stage. And then after drama, it was music festivals.
Yes.
Hey.
Yes.
Yeah.
These are the arts. And if you look at the lyrics, all of them are expressions of human thought, human process, human pain, human joy, human experience. You see? So, but along with this comes to the graduation where we now talk about the media. Because the media represents the arts in this sense. They report, they televise,
yes,
they broadcast the very things that we are saying in everyday life. They tell you about floods, they tell you about people who've died, they tell you about a football match,
they tell you about disease,
they tell you about everything that's happening in the world,
tell you about conservation.
Yes, they keep you informed.
Right.
And people who start off with the arts in school and who have an inclination towards storytelling, because storytelling is an art, whether it's in the written form or it is verbal, they probably end up in the sort of disciplines that require you or relate to this more directly in everyday life. And that's where you and I are now in. Now, what the governments tend to do is they ring fence it and they create a structure within which all these functions. But this always raises a fundamental question. What is it that they're doing? Then the word censorship comes into being. And when you say censorship, for many people the connotation is negative, and doesn't have to be.
Yes.
Because within any government, within any setup where human beings interact, there are people who are given to adverse activities that run contrary to the benefits of the masses. So now, what is the yardstick? Who sets it, and how do they determine it? In this country, we have a board that censors movies that are allowed into the country.
Kenya Film and Classification Board.
Yes. I always thought of it. I found it interesting. These guys sit and watch movies the whole day.
Yeah, that's their work, imagine. Yeah.
Imbaya.
Wanarate wanasema hii can only be watched by people above the age of 10.
Yes.
This one is for people above the age of 14, 18, and so on and so forth.
Yes. And when they do this, do they ask those people who are in those age brackets or these ancient creatures sitting there saying, "Isi mzuri na watoto"? Now, when they say that, they've gone back to the time when they were children.
Maybe not. But, I mean, there are some things that are kind of obvious.
Like what?
If there's a program that has got a lot of nudity, a lot of sex actually, a lot of so nudity, sex, violence.
Nudity in the absence of the insinuation of sex. This thing that is bad about nudity is what exactly?
What do you mean? What is bad about nudity?
Let me ask the question again.
Yeah. What is wrong with nudity?
What is wrong with nudity? I'm asking the question. Yes, what is it that is inherently wrong with nudity?
Because you're putting... Okay, this young audience that you are showing them this nudity, they might get to see things about an adult anatomy that they will not comprehend, and you're putting people who are probably watching that program with them in a position whereby they're unable to explain to them why things are the way they are seeing them.
Have you seen how small children are happy running around naked?
Yes. But those are small children. But the moment you expose this child to adult nudity, for example, yeah, forget even what the sex part of this, just the nudity itself. Huyu mtoto anaanza kuona anatomy inakaa different na yake, hatakuwa na maswali.
Sio maswali, na hiyo maswali ni mbaya.
Si mbaya, lakini we're in an African setting where certain conversations, to be honest, might be difficult to have with that age group.
Let's talk about an African setting in its real sense of the word.
Okay.
The clothing that we had were either strips of cloth or strips of skin that covered the nether regions.
Yes.
Full stop. Okay? The female and male chests were often laid bare and was not considered an issue.
Right.
Okay? So nudity in the Western sense of the word and ours was understood completely differently. Okay? In fact, I could argue it is the Westerners who introduced breast as a sex object. For traditional African,
that wasn't the fact.
No, it was meant for nourishment. And we understood. The nourishment was not for adults. It was for children. Okay?
Full stop.
Full stop. Now, what am I trying to say?
We actually have communities within Africa.
Even now.
Yes, as early as today. They only cover downstairs. The upstairs, kila kitu iko exposed.
Look, many elderly women who grew up in an African traditional society would wear dress and clothes. But they're sitting in their own house. They're bare-chested.
Yeah.
What am I trying to say? The concepts that we have, many of them have a very strong influence of so-called Western culture. Okay? Now, I am not saying this isn't a judgment call whether it is good or bad.
You're just asking a question.
It's just that. So, when we ask questions about this, then we ask questions about censorship. That's where I was heading with this. What is it that you're censoring? What is it that you are allowing, and what are you preventing? That is a question.
Okay.
So, when you say the censorship board, we get you. Is it harmful? And if it is, how is it harmful? If you need to curtail it, if you need to contain it, the questions must be asked as to what exactly are you containing, what exactly are you curtailing.
For example, I know there's a very thriving porn industry in Kenya. My question is, do they submit that content to KFCB for rating, or they submit it and then KFCB says, hii hakuna mali itaoneshanwa, mukwende huko mushindwe? I think it's the latter.
I don't think so. That porn in its raw form, the Western cause of the word, is even legal in this country.
Okay.
Just for starters.
But it is there. It exists.
Oh, yes, it does. Oh, yes, it... Oh, yeah. You see, we are talking about now verbal pornography. If we're going to use pornography as a point of departure, if you talk about censorship, the things that you are saying, are they subversive in nature? Subversive in, are they things that seek to overturn the order of civilized living that people have, the order of accepted living? Do they offer an opportunity to subvert the thinking of individuals so that the thinking becomes disruptive of order within society? Is it salacious? Is it something that when you look at or when you hear, it conjures up ideas that do not create well-being? There is a yardstick that is used.
Okay.
When you hear of statements of that nature regarding plays and the need for them to be able to understand all these details, in my opinion, it is censorship, yes, but it's censorship of the good kind. Meaning, there are young people whom you're protecting because they have young minds,
yes,
easily influenced, easily subverted. And they're saying, before we allow the participation
of this,
yes,
this plays,
we are putting a guardrail on this thing.
Yeah.
And we are saying this is the thing, you will function within these parameters.
With that in mind, are children not allowed to criticize?
They are.
If a child sees the parent misbehaving, the child has a right to tell the parent that mommy or daddy, what you're doing is wrong, right? Unapiga kelele sana, you're probably too drunk, you are beating mommy or you're beating daddy. The child is allowed to say that, and they are allowed to say mommy, daddy, stop.
In which parallel universe does this happen?
Are they not allowed to point out something if they see?
Oh, they are very much allowed. But
if they see their parent overly drunk,
oh, they are very much. They are within their rights to do so.
And the parent is, eating food na inamwagika all over their chest or inamwagika kwa ground. Yet wewe, when you're sober, you tell the child usimwage chakula. Kumwaga chakula ni vibaya. Na tunapendanga kutumia Northeastern ama Turkana kama example. Watu wako Turkana wanakufa na njaa, wacha kumwaga chakula. Right? So the child now, yeye anajua chakula haifai kumwagwa. So when they're eating, they eat and they ensure that the space they're eating in is clean and tidy. Now you, because you've come, you're inebriated, you're incoherent, you hata kuongea ni ngumu, unakula inamwaka kila mahali, mtoto atakuja kuambie, ai daddy, mbona unakula vibaya? You're eating with your mouth open. You're pouring food on the ground, on the carpet. Mami atakuchapa vinyana nichapanga because mimi nikimwaga kwa carpet, mimi huchapwa. So now, if children are allowed to criticize their parents, why aren't they allowed to criticize their government? If at all they feel or they understand what is going on in the home, they might as well understand what is going on in government.
I
right?
wouldn't even start with criticism.
Yeah.
Because it is not necessarily a criticism. They are expressing what they have seen in the way in which they understand it.
Yes.
It's not a criticism.
All right.
If someone talks about corruption.
Yes. They are pointing out a problem.
It is something we talk about every single day.
Right.
It is something we read about every single day, literally.
That's why I was asking, when it comes to them expressing it through poetry, through art, through dancing.
There is nothing wrong with it. The issue that we're dealing with there is influence and who it is who is responsible for that influence. And that influence is embedded in the content. Okay? Now, there are those who would argue that the censorship that is being reported, because it is censorship, is to pinpoint and determine who it is who's brought this about. And in Kenyan style, to know who they are. So you know exactly who to deal with. Now, if that is the reality, or that is counterintuitive and counterproductive.
Yeah.
It's because it's been tried before. In this country, it didn't work.
When was it tried?
There was a time when we are in the era of the single party, okay? The party more or less decided what it should do. Criticism of the government wasn't really allowed. In later years, towards the early 90s, things changed a little bit. But before then, it was at your own risk, at your own peril. Yes. Being arrested was not difficult.
It wasn't a big deal.
No, if you're associated with speaking against the government.
It wasn't news, kushikwa.
No. We were deemed to speak against the government. And we, at that particular point in time, our laws allowed the president to detain you. You know, there's this game called Monopoly. And if you pass go, you get 200.
Okay.
This one, you didn't pass go, you just went straight to jail.
Hey.
There was no court waiting for you.
Yeah.
Straight.
Ndani.
The government appointed the judges, president rather. The government appointed the prosecutors. So my friend, as you like saying, it was a rap. Haki utafungwa.
It was a rap like Moi.
Utafungwa. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, during that particular period, you have a serious command economy and a command the structure of government. So you understand what the thing is. You understood what you shouldn't do, not because you necessarily believed you shouldn't, but because you needed to get you into trouble, and you didn't particularly want the trouble.
Yeah.
Okay. Freedoms, by their very nature, have limitations, and the limitations is the ecosystem, the community in which they are practiced. There are those who look at countries that say, for instance, are communist in nature, where the political system is one of communism. They more or less prescribe for you certain things, literally prescribe. But it is presented as though they prescribe or oversubscribe, you oversubscribe, so you actually can't think freely. That's how the West presents it. The West, on the other, like to present themselves as people who allow this freedom to be expressed without any boundaries. There are no freedoms on planet Earth without boundaries. All freedoms have boundaries. All. And the boundaries are vested in the diversity of humanity that we have. Why do you think, for instance, where people live, there are rules about how to live? For instance, there are places, we don't have it in Kenya, you can't play loud music after a certain time. Why? So you have neighbors, Bwana, they want to sleep. You can't park your car across two parking allocations. Yes, because that's why they've drawn those lines that you can park in your
lane.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, actually in Switzerland, you can't even flush the toilet at night.
With understanding. Because have you seen some of the flats those people live in? They're not big.
Yeah.
They're tiny. So you will hear what your neighbor is doing.
So what happens if I need to go at night?
Kaza.
Yes, in New Colony.
Sindio.
In New Colony, sasa.
You see, you've understood my point. So these freedoms that these countries speak of, they actually structure it for you. So they say the freedoms are within these particular boundaries. Here, you can flush your toilet when you like.
Whether your neighbors are awake, alive, asleep, dead, whatever.
Learn to sleep with the flushing of the toilet, please. Thank you. Okay? And when it comes to music,
boom twaf.
Freedom.
Boombox.
Yes. So essentially, I could argue we have more freedoms here than those people. Now let's talk about freedoms in a different context, okay?
Yeah.
Let's talk at the mother and father of freedoms and liberation, America, okay? Now, we are told it's the freest country on the planet, okay? Now, but if you look at the economy, that economy is run on debt.
Yes, it is.
Okay?
Everyone is in debt.
Yes. Now, this debt that you have, before you get it, there are certain things that you must have, and the government has to have details of you. And everything to do with that debt guarantees the government always has a certain hold on you. They don't say it, but they do. So what they do is they offer you a concept called freedom, and they say they're offering it to you in abundance. Okay? But within that freedom, they are actually monitoring you. So in essence, what presents itself as a free state could actually be a police state, because there's nothing you can do which the government cannot know if they want to know.
True.
There have been battles in their own courts regarding the government's ability to pry into your affairs. You've heard of the Patriot Act.
Yes.
Okay? There was a fuss about it. After the 9/11, legislation was brought into being where the government suddenly had the leeway to be very intrusive in the lives of people. This is the freest nation on earth. Okay? And ostensibly it was for your own protection. And we need to have this ability to be able to avert and prevent something similar.
An attack, yeah.
Exactly.
Similar to what happened in 9/11.
Yes. Let me speak naively here. Security is never about equipment and the security human resource that you have. Security is actually people.
It's not the number of guns you have.
No.
Or RPGs.
No. If there's harmony among the people in your country and they have found ways of coexisting, there will be lots of security in that, because the neighbor is concerned about the neighbor. There are things that human beings do for each other because they know that reciprocity is what guarantees their own freedoms. It's something they understand intrinsically. So those who herald and speak about freedom to the extent that they do,
yes,
in detail, yes, there are very many freedoms that one envies them for, but within that freedom, they are not as free as one would think. It is difficult to just disappear. Here, you can just disappear. That's real freedom.
Yeah.
I just moved from one place to another county and I'm done. It's a wrap, as you say. Unless I tell you where to find me, you won't find me. In that place, it's a bit difficult to do that. You'll be found. What am I saying? If you look at the very concept and the very nature of censorship, and you look at the aspects of it that are supposed to be good and protective, then it is necessary. But we must be clear about who it is who sets those boundaries, how it is they go about it, what guides the thinking and the regulation that they then bring into being, and how that affects what we may call the fundamental freedoms, which, for instance, in Kenya, our constitution guarantees us, like one of expression. That's what you may write against. Does it interfere with the freedoms that are guaranteed to the citizens?
Yeah. I think what is currently happening with the drama festivals is, like you've said, it's number one, censorship, but I feel like it is getting in the way of creativity also. We should be allowed we should be allowed to come up with content, but we should also be given guidelines and be told, look, don't be offensive, number one. Is it possible that you also work within the realms of facts? Do not exaggerate. Do not over. How can I put this without? Do not put out things that actually are not true. So be truthful, basically, like DP Gachagua, former DP, says. Be a truthful man, because that way we can actually be able to be honest with ourselves as a society. You see, at the end of the day, if we're talking about corruption, for instance, and you can see these kids are articulating that issue of corruption well, shouldn't that tell you something about how you are as a leader, if indeed you feel like it's touching on you, whether you're the president, whether you're the prime minister, whether you're a governor, whether you are some CS somewhere. Now, one watoto wamefanya kitu, a piece that is beautiful and they're expressing themselves well, that for me would be a reflection of an amazing future to come, because kama hawa watoto wanajua kutambua na kuexpress hii kitu vizuri tena sana, ni kumaanisha wanataka kuishi kwa Kenya ambayo itakuwa minus those things. And that for me, even if I was a tyrant, my friend, I would look at it and be like, you know what, perhaps this is my Damascus moment.
But even more importantly, if you really want to understand how your young people think, allow them to express themselves. You will know. And that will inform you. It will give you information like nothing else can give you information. Yes.
You see, like we keep on saying, that time we had the protests in 2024, President Ruto had the chance to change things in this country in ways we'd never believe.
He did.
Yeah. And at one point we actually thought it was going to happen. Yeah. When especially the cabinet was dissolved, na tukajua, sasa, man. Then whatever happened. You see, if things had taken a different trajectory, and perhaps had the cabinet been replaced by a different caliber of people, perhaps some of the things we see right now wouldn't be seen.
Don't ever underestimate the power of impunity. it becomes part and parcel of what you do.
Yeah.
You see the need to change, but the pull to go towards what you previously were used to is greater. And the thinking and understanding that you can get away with it. That's impunity. That's the principle.
Saa zingine city, me I usually look at our political institutions as prisons. For example, the presidency, the governorship, the MPship, if I may call it that way. I usually feel like these places are actually prisons of sorts. Why? I look at my own situation even in our home setting. Kuna vitu za zingine unaweza taka kufanya lakini huwezi fanya because of your cousin, because of your grandmother, because of your mother, because of your aunties, because of family members. Because kuna family member anakuja nakwambia hapana tufanye hivi na hivi na hivi because hivi ndivyo inafaa kukua. Sisi ndio wanaume na sisi ndio tunasema. And sometimes those decisions you're making are probably oppressive to someone else, maybe the women, maybe the children. But because you are the people who are supposed to make these decisions, you will make them. So for example, you can decide as a family to have an event on a certain weekend. But on that particular weekend, majority of the people are not going to be available for that event. But because there's this elder brother or this elder uncle or this grandfather who insists that, guys, come rain, come sunshine, that event will be held on this weekend. If you're not going to come, don't come. And by there, as a matter of fact, going forward, don't come for any other function. So there's that katairani pia kwa familia. And you feel like, wow, I really want to make the best decision. But now my grandfather won't allow me. And you're telling him, grandpa, these guys won't come. Putting this event on this day, by the tunakosea watu wengi sana. So I feel like even in government, it's like that. Sometimes, maybe as a president, you want to make certain decisions, but there are people who will just not allow you to do it.
I agree.
Because they're holding you somewhere.
I agree. We have that tendency of missing opportunities. Yes. Kibaki missed an opportunity.
Yeah.
When President Moi retired and President Kibaki got votes that no other president has ever got in this country, that was our aha moment to actually change. The decisions that were made by that government and those who were close to Kibaki on a simple matter, I'm simplifying it. They had an understanding with Raila, an MOU that he'd be made prime minister. See, they decided that was not necessary. What did we see happening? That one thing
led to
took us along a different a path that we looked at and wondered, in the absence of that, the 2008 problem would never have been there.
The hundreds of people that we lost
need not have died.
Yep.
Because a political decision was made. Certain things were done even thereafter.
Yeah.
A president being sworn in at night. I mean, that's why this constitution even stated the time and when people can be sworn in. So one could argue it happened, but it shed light on what then people decided, no, we can't have this again. Did we need to go through all that pain for us to arrive at this?
No.
The answer is no, we didn't. Okay? And you're right, 2024 was another aha moment when the clock could have been reset.
If it were me, by the way, I do not know the kind of position the president was in, but if it were me, it doesn't matter who you are. I don't care how much money you contributed to my campaign. I'll just tell you, bro, si umeona watu wamesema hawataki story, na baadhi kama hawataki na kwa tutafanya. City, you're out.
Let me tell you, I am glad we are talk show hosts and we can say these wonderful things. We have absolutely no clue
what happened,
what a president has to go through before they make a decision. All these fellows of our ilk who make commentaries, we all have no clue. We think we do, we don't. What you negotiated, what you keep negotiating, the decisions you have to make, the things you have to do, we think we know.
But we don't.
No, we don't. Because when I talk to people who have been elected, and some of them who are my friends, the one thing that those who always tell me You know, I used to criticize my predecessor.
Yeah. Bro, ni kubaya.
Now I understand why he used to make those decisions. Because he wasn't in that position. He said, no, you could do this. He gets it, realize.
You can't.
This thing is not what I thought. That is the thing that hits you. When President Uhuru said, okay, guys, okay, now what do you want me to do? That was one of the most honest things a president could say. Because he was brought up in an era where the presidency was almost imperial. Then this is the first president to encounter a new constitution. It goes contrary to everything he had lived before. Man, he makes a decision in court. He said, makes this so okay guys, so what can I actually do?
Yeah. You know, there's something you said earlier on, security need the people.
It is the people.
It's not the guns.
No.
Or the police that you put in command.
No, it's not the police posts. It is not the army barracks. No. It's the people.
It is not the person who's your inspector general.
No, it is not.
Or your chief of defense forces.
No, it is not.
Because if I look at a country like Traore in Twanini, Sierra Leone.
No.
Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso. Yeah. If I look at a country like Burkina Faso, man, those people love Traore. They actually, there's a documentary I was watching, apparently could not wanananga kukapale nje ya State House. Wanna protect the road towards State House. It's like people setting up camp at Processional Way, and na wengine wende pale Dennis Prit. Na waseme sisi tuko hapa ku protect our president. Daily. Day in, day out. And those guys are like, if anything were to happen at State House, we are the first line of defense. Sisi ndio tutakimbia pale, sisi ndio tutakuwa president wetu. Now, I do not know how it is working for them currently. Burkina Faso, I need to actually read up on them. But that for me actually says exactly what you said. Security is the people. Because the moment unafanya kazi, hata mtu akijaribu kuambia fanya vitu tofauti unaambia buda, unaona ile rende iko pale, unataka ni wale unaotaka wakuja hapa, cause kukuja nao wanaweza kama.
The role that the government has, one of the fundamental roles is protecting its people. And protection again is not armed forces, police. No.
Yeah.
To protect one's well-being, you want to protect what they consume intellectually. Okay? And you want to start from when they're children. The people who understand the concept of indoctrination understand this very, very well.
Yeah.
You introduce an idea and you inculcate to the point where that idea is entrenched. Okay? Now, any responsible government would understand that beyond security, there is what you call public morality.
Yeah.
Like this habit Kenyan African men have of being on the walls of every other thing they see. Okay?
Kwanza kuna wenye wanaonanga hapa George Padmas kanga kuwatrushia mawe.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay? There are things that are clear no-nos because it offends the majority of people. So why do you want to do it? Why do you find it necessary? I could argue the government should have put up more public toilets. There were attempts. There's a guy called Kisia when he was serving in the city.
Town clerk.
Yes.
Philip Kisia.
Philip Kisia introduced this concept of this pay as you use ablution facilities. Okay? And it used to make money even for the county. Good idea.
Haja ndogo ilikuanga shilingi 5, kubwa ilikuanga 10.
The idea spread to the point where some of these informal settlements, it went beyond just that. You could even have a shower at a certain price.
Where?
Yes, they were built places like Ibra. So there's ablution.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
okay.
because the units that people lived in didn't have those facilities. So you go to a public place, you can actually pay and you have a shower. 5 bob, whatever. There's a certain amount of water in there. And when you're through, you've had your shower, you go. Meaning, services were provided. If only that idea had expanded further, even along this, there would be a public facility here. So one didn't need to pee against a tree. That would not be necessary. Okay.
Actually, before I forget, there's a country. I think it's some place huko, either some Scandinavian country. I believe it is. Maybe I could be wrong on this, but where toilets actually come from the ground up. You enter, unajisaidia, you exit, they go down. In Japan, they have this transparent toilets. You get in, you press a button, it goes opaque. You do your business, you get out, it goes back to being transparent.
See, when you have a citizenry that knows that they're being looked after, they protect you.
Yeah.
The principle of Traore that you're talking of.
Yes.
This government has our interests at heart. There's a school within easy reach of the vicinity where I live. There are street lights. All these things, just basic social amenities. Okay?
Yeah.
The government has a role. Primary role, it must protect its citizens.
Yeah.
Then it must seek to equitably distribute the resources that the country has given the needs of its citizens. And that's why we formed counties, we formed all these units. That's why we have a parliament. That's part of us ensuring that some of these needs are met in the most equitable manner possible. But then it becomes difficult when you have a parliament like this one we have.
Yeah.
Okay? Who think they're part of the executive. All right? It becomes very, very difficult. But in an ideal situation or near ideal, where that wasn't the case, the thing, an article of that nature, if it appeared, we wouldn't have the 10,000 questions we have. Because there would be no trust deficit. We'd be saying, ni vizuri serikali wanafanya tu kazi yao. You'd say, wanafanya kazi yao. But we have a problem where when you hear of an SGR, you're first asking, how much money are these people planning to make from this? You hear of a road being built, you sit back and say, okay, road. We understand road, but must it cost that much? If the government responded to the questions that people ask and gave details, I may not believe, but I cannot say I was not told.
Yeah.
Because the information I'm given, I then have an opportunity to go and look into it and find how true that information is.
Yeah.
Okay? Censorship becomes a problem when it becomes the order of the day.
Yeah.
And it is a tool that is being used to control the people against their will and against the freedoms that they have. That's when there's a problem. That is not the case there.
I wish a president would do something like what President of Ecuador did. He's called Daniel Noboa. Daniel Noboa, the day he was sworn in like this, like the way our president said, nikiekelea Biblia chini hivi, nikiekelea sword hivi, I will do A, B, C, D, E. This guy, the day he was sworn in like this, na akiekelea Biblia chini, all the gangs, first of all, he suspended the constitution. He was like, campaign yake alikuwa anasema, I'll fight the cartels just like every other president before him had said. But he said it and people trusted him. Then they elected him. And the moment aliekelea Biblia chini hivi, that guy arrested every known gang leader in the country. Yani hata ile tukikushuku tu city, forget that we know. Kukushuku tu that wewe unakuanga leader of, let's say, Mungiki. Ndani. Unakuanga leader of iya wakisini itangwa nini? Chinkororo. Ndani. Anything. Kuna ile ya huko pwani, they have a name. There's some funny name
whatever
they
are called.
Yes. Yani overnight, people were arrested. Some, of course, died in the process. But the point is, people were arrested. And that country, literally overnight, became one, because it was known as the murder capital of the world. You can imagine your country being known as the murder capital of the world. Overnight, it became the safest place to be in. And of course, it took a little bit longer because now the ones who were arrested, some of them, because of interrogation and whatever, they gave up other gang members. They gave up even some of their plots, what they were going to do in nini, was out totally shikwa. Now wakapelekwa to a special prison where all their rights were stripped. Yani wewe ulikuanga tunadhani wewe ni nani? My friend, unaenda pale hivi unakuwa tu burukenge. You and a panya, hakuna tofauti. So if a president of Kenya, and I'm saying because if this one can do it good, if he can't, perhaps the next one will. Amke tu siku moja na aseme, you know what? All these people who think that they own me. They think they own me. Sawa. Si tu melala hivi unasema, now we have the government. Bro, unaamka hivi unapata SWAT team nje ya nyumba yako. You and your cronies, nyinyi mnafungwa.
Do you know, this country is one of the loveliest countries to live in. This one.
Yes.
There are contradictions that are interesting to observe, but it tells you that we're alive and well. We're alive to our situation, and we are constantly battling with this situation, and we're trying to make good of it. Did you know? There's a rumor I heard. This one I heard. Now, how true it is, I don't know. You know, this country, there are many things you hear and you can never determine what is actually true or not.
Yeah.
There was a plan and a plot to build a court where people who have engaged in economic crimes would be taken in this country.
Yes.
Jail, kila kitu, separate. Si committee, hapana. Si Navasha maximum, This was for economic crimes.
Yeah.
And what is spoken of it was that it was supposed to be in a place called West Pokot. You know, West Pokot is not near anywhere except near West Pokot. It's far. It's what they call off the beaten path. And then, you know, storytelling is interesting. Those who told the story said, you know, at some point, when this was taking place, they said, wait a moment. Given what we've been doing, so we might end up there ourselves.
Yes.
So what do you think happened to that project?
Yeah.
See, it didn't take place. What I like about that story, it's good about stories, is that there was an idea that this thing needs to be dealt with.
Yes.
When Kibaki came in, one of the ideas that they had was to fight graft in the courts. Okay?
Yes.
So they had those the judicial reforms. The idea was a wonderful idea. Somewhere along the line, there were complaints, all manner of things happened. But
yes,
we'd never seen anything of that sort. There are things that a government does and gives people hope. We have runaway corruption right now. In the county government, there are those who argue it has even overtaken what people say is in the national government. If you've done business with the county government, I have, bro, it may be better for you just to take poison and die slowly, because
there's no difference.
There's a difference. This one is more painful. You're alive as you experience pain, because someone is determined to make more money than you, the person who actually did the business.
Yeah.
And he wants to make money of you, and his job is to pay you. And you've done everything. You wouldn't have been given the job if you hadn't met the requirements. At this point of payment is when now you are not between a rock and a hard place. You're between a rock and another bigger rock. Whenever I read articles such as the one that you read,
right,
it actually gives me hope. And the reason why it gives me hope is this. When a discussion about censorship comes to the fore and is in the public domain, it gives an opportunity to do what we're doing now, to talk about it.
Yeah.
And for people to look and say, do we need censorship? The answer is yes, we do. What sort of censorship do we need? How do we determine it? How do we go about it? Who do we place to be at the head of it? How do you think the unit of ethics and anti-corruption came about? It's for reasons such as this one here.
Yeah, you're right.
How do you deal with some of these problems we have? We have DCI, yes, but these are economic issues. How do we deal with it?
Yeah. We have EACC.
Yes.
Why?
Exactly.
Economic issues. When we hear of 2 billion daily, then now we are hearing it's 3 billion daily. Mimi musiaini elect president, sababu mimi nitashika kila mtu. Even the friends that took me to power.
I would like to elect you, Paul, so that you can come and call me and tell me, Siti, ikitu ni ngumu.
Siti, we make sure if you ever
unajua what Edna has done, like nimeshindwa kumshika. Yes, ngumu.
No. Siti, hata nisikudanganye. Mimi mkinipatia hiyo kitu, ati mnifanye president wa Kenya. Mimi leo.
Wewe.
Siti, ulinisupport kwa campaign. Ukanipatia 1 billion, ukaniambia Mbuvi, the moment umeingia hivi, I want the Ministry of Agriculture. Ninajua vinya I'll recover my billion. Nakwambia sawa Siti. Edna kuja niambia Mbuvi, ukishakuwa president, you just make sure I'm the CS Treasury. I know how to recover my one bill. I'll be like, cool. Openja kuja niambia mimi nipeleke tu mali kuna chakula. Sina shida. I'll be like, good boy. Muni kampeni yetu tukimbia huku Kenya mzima, tuongee kenye tutaongea, tutukanane na opposition ama na gava, then I become president. The moment I am sworn in like this, Siti ndani, Openje ndani, Edna ndani, watu wote wenye walikuwa nadhani they own me. At you think now you will control me, you will tell me which ministry you want, you will tell me which county you want, you will tell me where ndani. By the way, utakaa ndani And if you still unadhani ukiwa uko ndani kwanza, I will cut off all communication. I will suspend the constitution like President Noboa of Ecuador did. Suspend that thing and I make sure kila mtu hii 3 billion inapoteanga daily. Haitapotea.
I am glad you're not a politician and I'm glad you're not presenting yourself with elective post. I can assure you. That presidential bid of yours, one, will not succeed. Number two, if it succeeds, you will not last long on that particular seat.
You know, I have a feeling that is what CJ Maraga is doing currently. Naona huyu jamaa mkampatia president. Tutaamka siku moja, tupate watu wote wenye walikuwa wanapigana kelele huko kwa Swiss wako ndani wote.
That's what you imagine. When you become president, it's a completely different matter. Believe me.
Yeah.
It's like this job that we do.
You keep on saying that, City, you just need one example. We have President Noboa of Ecuador. If he could do it, then I can do it.
Haven't you heard people ask you that, Paul, this job is very easy. Just talk the whole day.
Kuja wifanye. You give them the microphone and like... Shout out to Samson. Anasema, Ruto through the hands of Baba won the game on Dynasty during 2024. And then Gioko anasema, Niko Kadi from Trans Nzoia. David Cross anasema, President of Ecuador is Guterres, not Noboa. My friend, it's actually Daniel Noboa. He took over on 23rd November 2023. He's been in that presidency for now 3 years.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Kenya National Highways Authority has cautioned motorists against using flooded sections of Mai Mahiu Suswa Narok Road following heavy rains that disrupted traffic near Suswa. In a Thursday advisory, the agency said efforts to restore access are ongoing, urging drivers to postpone travel or seek alternative routes and adhere to safety guidelines to prevent accidents or vehicles being swept away. Kena said the incident occurred at Kedong Ranch, where heavy rainfall led to water accumulation and silt deposition covering parts of the road. Nandi Senator Samson Cherargei has called for more roles to be given to deputy governors. He said currently, deputy governors are being treated like figureheads while serving in office. Cherargei noted that the constitution intended governors to assign meaningful duties to their deputies, giving them a bigger role in running counties.
The deputy governor has just been reduced to be a flower girl, only to go to the office, stay, go away, read newspapers. I think the intenders of the constitution, Mr. Speaker, as per Article 179, 4 and 5, was that it would be the wisdom of the governors to ensure that deputy governors are assigned duties. And I'm happy. A number of governors have assigned their deputies. I don't know your new deputy governor of Meru. I have not known much, unless the other day when she was being nominated, I saw her landing with a chopper, but I've never heard much from her. But the point I'm trying to make is the governors have opportunity to assign them.
Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja has ordered the demolition of illegal structures built along riverbanks in Nairobi. The governor also directed that people living on riparian land will be relocated. The move is part of a plan by the Nairobi City County government to reduce flooding and restore blocked drainage systems.
One part, it is throughout the city. We're going to do each and every thing that is required. Every inch of riparian is going to be restored for posterity. All our rivers will have to be sorted. Remember, the heritage of this city and carry Nairobi is about rivers. This is the land of cool waters, but those rivers cannot be the ones to kill us. This area has experienced a lot of flooding because human beings have put up structures, buildings in the wrong place.
Officials from the State Department for Diaspora Affairs told the National Assembly Committee that the funds are needed to support urgent rescue and repatriation efforts for vulnerable citizens. If approved by Parliament, the additional funding will increase the department's budget from 717.8 million.
At the moment, we have 15 whom we are trying to repatriate out of Iran. It was only yesterday we were able to get them out of Iran into Turkey. They are traveling by road as we speak. They are trying to get to an airport where we can airlift them. Of course, that comes with a lot of expenses because of the kind of travel they have to have, the kind of escorts they have to have. Because of the numbers that we have in the Middle East, over 500,000, that is not a number that we can say we are going to airlift everybody. So we do it on priority basis. We normally do children first and the sick.
If you're an iPhone user, Apple is advising you to update your device. The company has issued an urgent warning after cybersecurity researchers discovered a sophisticated spyware that infiltrated older version of the iOS. According to Apple, the exploit could allow attackers to take control of affected devices and access sensitive personal data if the software is not updated. Apple's latest operating system, iOS 26, was released in September and protects users against both hacking campaigns, according to the company. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Welcome back. This is Radio Generation. My name is Mungana Movie. I'm with CT in the studio, and we also have a guest. But before I introduce our guest, CT, there's a comment here from Paul Temba Mulongo. This is what Mulongo says. You have just given CT a perfect example of why he should never trust you with anything.
The you here is you, isn't it?
Yes, but surely, CT, I would be a very good benevolent dictator, wouldn't I?
That is absolutely not true.
Why?
You are given to absolute dictatorial tendencies. Yes. I mean, this guy gives examples of family situations, and there's always some patriarch who is issuing out orders that go contrary to what everybody else wants. And these are stories and examples he's giving. So I know exactly the ecosystem in which he exists. So if those relatives have those tendencies, so does he.
Okay. You know what? Let me introduce our guest. In studio, we are with Dr. Brit Yamamoto. He's an author, and he has written an amazing book. I had a chance of just brushing through it, in the last couple of days. The name of the I almost call it track. The name of the book is The Soil of Leadership, Cultivating the Conditions for Transformation. Dr. Brit Yamamoto, welcome to Radio Generation.
Thank you so much for having me. It's great to be here.
Yeah, we usually call doctors here Daktari. So is it okay if I call you Daktari?
You can call me whatever you like.
All right. Yeah. So, Daktari, karibu tena sana. Welcome. This is your first time in Kenya, right?
Actually, this is my fourth time in Kenya.
No.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh.
Not a newcomer.
All right.
No.
Oh, but you came in you said on Tuesday.
I arrived on Tuesday. That is correct. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Welcome nonetheless. Yeah. Just tell us a little bit about who Dr. Brit Yamamoto is.
Oof. How much time do we have here?
We have about 50 minutes.
No. Well, again, thank you for having me.
Right.
Happy spring. Eid Mubarak. It's, I'm still, having just arrived on Tuesday night, still operating on very little sleep with jet lag and such. So my disclaimer is anything that may come out of my mouth that may be garbled or unclear.
Yeah.
Blame it on the jet lag. So in a nutshell, I basically have sort of three hats that I wear.
All right.
First one is I'm a professor at the University of Washington, where I teach in the Department of Global Health.
Right.
I've been there for about 25 years. Second is
University of Washington in Seattle.
University of Washington in Seattle, correct. Yeah. Second is as a social entrepreneur. So I'm the founder of several organizations and businesses that predominantly focus on leadership development, working with young people, but also established leaders. And then the third is sort of what brings me here, which is as an author,
Right.
and have not fully embraced the idea of being a thought leader quite
Yeah.
yet, but
Okay.
I suppose there's some of that there.
Okay. Now, about your book, quite an interesting read, actually. Don't worry about that. Quite an interesting read, because you are talking about leadership, but from an agriculture, if I may call it that, an agricultural perspective.
Yeah.
What inspired it?
Well, as I was sitting here in the waiting area and kind of listening to your previous conversation, and of course I arrived here yesterday too and had a nice preview of this. But this being the home of hard truths and bold insights, in many ways, this book and really my work, it kind of comes from this belief over 3 decades of working with leaders all over the world. The one hard truth when it comes to leadership is largely the models that we have adopted and continue to advance are bankrupt, which is to say, we need new stories, we need new models. And the hard truth is in many ways that we don't have a lot of good examples out there.
Yeah.
So the soil of leadership, it really draws upon my experience many years ago as a farmer, and tries to draw upon many of the really important insights that I gained from that experience of farming. And over my time working with leaders, realizing that actually those insights and those orientations to things really applies to leadership development as well.
Yeah, because you have some very interesting insights in the book. You're comparing cultivation and how crops are nurtured and so on and so forth, and how we can actually apply that in real life. And as I was just brushing through CT, some of these things that we can actually learn a lot from crops, from plants, and how they grow.
We can actually learn a lot from nature.
Yes, from nature. Yeah. I don't know, what are your thoughts on the book?
I haven't read the book yet. What I did was look at the chapters and look at the subtopics within the chapters.
Right.
And I also read the commentaries that are made in the preface by people who endorsed the book. The metaphor is what actually caught my attention. Because if you subscribe to the Christian faith, one of the things that you'll understand about your being is that you are essentially soil, and it is the soil that you will go back to. So the metaphor of soil actually represents our very being and everything else that we represent as human beings. So when one takes the concept of leadership and takes it to our very beginning, then one would argue that one is getting to the heart of the matter, or the root of the matter for that matter. Pun intended here, of course. Yes, the thinking and the simplifying of a notion, a concept that is often very complicated, especially in a country like ours where we synonymize politics and political individuals with leaders, and we assume it's the same thing, and it isn't. We expect that those who are elected would be leaders. They very rarely are. They are politicians through and through, and the leadership component, you can't be leader if you're not leading.
Yeah, true.
Yes, and the leading isn't what you want. Leading is something that meets the aspiration of the people who gave you or seconded or donated their mandate to you. See? So the details of what I saw in the various chapters, this is like a handbook that you could use if you wanted to think about a social contract between you and somebody who seeks an elective position.
Yeah.
And you would look and say, okay, we understand what you want, but there are these things that we need to look at. How would you address these if you were a leader?
For example, something you say in your book is that leaders can make things grow. They can make things. They cannot force things to happen. You have got to nurture the process. But in Africa, you kind of sort of like make things happen. If you don't, then nothing happens. I don't know your perspective on that, and perhaps maybe can you interpret what you meant by that?
Yeah. No, great question. Maybe I can just tell a brief story by way of sort of framing this this idea of the soil and the soil leadership. So sort of the seminal story in this book, and really what brought me to this moment, actually, and doing leadership and doing work with folks around the world, really stems from my time on this farm in Japan, in rural Japan. So I'm American. I'm fourth generation Japanese American. And while I was born in Japan, my parents were working for the U.S. military. And while I was in Japan, my parents were in Japan, I was technically born on American soil because they were there on a military base, and that's where I was born. So I was born as an American. And after a few months, they returned to the United States. So they're second and third generation. So like many fourth generation children, immigrant children, I did not grow up with a strong cultural mooring, where the language and such, right? Food and words and things like this, yeah? So Japan lived in a very remote place in my imagination. It was very present, of course, with a name like Yamamoto and, looking how I look. It was very present, but at the same time, it was not there.
And the hairstyle.
Yeah. Well, that was not when I was a kid. That's a relatively new thing. And, we get to a certain age and you got to hold on to it, right?
Yes.
But, there's, of course, in the book, it sort of elaborates a bit more on the story, but to sort of cut to the chase, the very first day that I was on this farm, and I did not grow up as a farmer. I was growing up around agriculture, and also like many immigrant communities and families, at least in that period of the 20th century, involved in agriculture. So my grandfather and my great-grandfather were farmers. So I grew up around farms, but again, was not something that was very deeply present in my upbringing. So at that time in my life, in my early 20s, I came to the realization I needed to not only learn more about farming, but actually go to Japan. I'd been in many places in the world, but had not been to Japan. I was kind of holding it at arm's distance, so to speak, And as immigrants, we sometimes have a conflicted relationship with the places that our ancestors come from, right? So I traveled to this farm, lived on this farm for just about a year. But really the important seminal moment was that very first day on the farm. The farmer took me out into the field. And this was in the fall, so in the northern hemisphere, everything is just popping, the flowers and harvest and sights and smells, right? So he took me out to the field, and he basically posed this question to me that would change the whole direction of my life.
Right.
Which was, what is the difference between a conventional farmer and an organic or sustainable farmer? So actually, I'll ask you guys, what's the difference between a conventional farmer or commercial farmer and an organic or sustainable farmer? Do you have anything? What comes to mind?
I'd say the yield. Perhaps the conventional farmer has more yield than the organic one. Yeah.
Okay.
Perhaps that's the one that comes to mind right now.
Traditional farming on this continent was predominantly organic.
That's right.
And it was subsistence.
Yep.
So the very idea and the concept of food security existed. In any traditional village, there was always a granary. And granary is where you put excess. You're not consuming it, but you store it. So modern farming came with the concept of industrial fertilizer, came with the concept of crop rotation. So they thought, when it already existed in traditional farming, it was understood. Okay? Now, when you talk about commercial farming, it's a complete antithesis of what you call the conventional farming that was practiced on this continent. That is farming for commerce. This one is for your own livelihood.
Yeah.
Yes. And if indeed you grew something that other people had an interest in, remember, we traded barter. You would then take your produce to a specific destination where you could exchange goods. But beyond that, the first focus was you feeding yourself and your family.
Yeah. So thank you. Those are wonderful answers, and it's very similar to what what I had to share with him, including things like one uses chemicals, one is natural, one is community oriented, one's more commerce oriented, and all of the things, right? And this farmer was very kind, and so he let me finish with my dissertation on the difference between the two things.
Just like you've let us finish.
Exactly, right?
Yes.
Very well informed, intellectual, I want to get the answer right. But he said something very simple and profound, and this in many ways captures the soil of leadership, and that was this. A conventional farmer grows plants, and a sustainable farmer, they grow soil.
Come again?
A conventional farmer grows plants, and a sustainable farmer, they grow soil. And so if you think about that, it's a very simple, distinction, right?
Yeah.
What are you doing if you're growing plants? You're focused on what you can see.
Yes.
You're focused on above the surface. Your time horizon is much shorter, right? Because you're focusing on the short-term yield. What are you doing if you're growing soil? Your mindset, you're thinking about how do you...
Sustainability.
The roots. You're thinking about depth. Your time horizon is very different, right? But ultimately, you're thinking about how do I create the conditions for these plants to grow? Now, this was a very useful framing for me as I would go on to be a farmer myself for about 6 years. And it wasn't until I would start doing more leadership development work, founding my own companies, where I started to see actually that this distinction was equally, if not more relevant, in the world of community group organizational life.
Yeah.
So if you think about how we function when we are working in organizations or groups or teams, we are often focused on the things that are right in front of us, things we can see. Our time horizon is get things done now, right? And it often comes at the expense of the longer term consequences.
Yeah.
In the same way with a more conventional commercial agriculture, you may plant things, but you may have to apply chemicals or fertilizers, implements, enabling those plants to grow. So if you think about, again, bringing it to more group life conversation, it may require a lot of effort by the leader, or it might require a lot of effort by an external person to come in, or there's all of these things that prop it up, but the natural system is actually not there, and it's not been tended to in helping it to grow and thrive. So the soil of leadership is really pointing toward this question of not so much what are the tools or techniques or strategies even. It's about what are the conditions, what is the context in which those tools, strategies, approaches are being planted, so to speak, right? So even if I was listening a little bit to your previous conversation, and, I enjoy a very good political conversation as well, right? And we often talk about policies or strategies about how we might change things, right? And we're all very smart. We have very good ideas, yeah? But if you want to call it the culture, if you want to call it the context, you want to call it the soil, if that context is not amenable to those interventions, unless you have a lot of inputs, those interventions are very unlikely to succeed, right? And so what the soil of leadership is in many ways trying to do is offer a different story. And it's a story that I think, CT, you've already pointed to, which is it's actually drawing upon our wisdom traditions. There is not a person on this earth who is really more than 3 generations removed from the land, which is pretty remarkable, right? And I have this very unique vantage point having done this, and I work with leaders all over the world and communities all over the world. So I've told this story in different contexts. This is a story that people, they understand right away. Even if they are not farmers or gardeners, their relationship to farming, it's around them, right? Even the most, urban jungle Tokyo resident or something like that, right? It's still, it's resonant in a way in which some of these other stories may seem very conceptual. Yeah.
The thing that I've wondered about as you've been speaking, and when I was looking at the chapters in your book, is why is it that there is a global interest in discussing and looking at leadership? Why?
Yeah.
I'm actually asking the question, why? Yeah. Is there a deficit of leadership, and perhaps one needs to steer a conversation in the direction of understanding this concept more?
Perhaps it's because leadership has evolved.
Or perhaps leadership has a void.
Yeah.
It's a great question. So I lead a lot of leadership trainings, and actually that's one of the main reasons I'm in East Africa right now. I'm going to be going to Mombasa on Saturday and have the privilege of working with leaders from all over East Africa coming together, and we have a week together where we're doing a leadership training. These are CEOs, founders, some of the most amazing people in the region. And we often will begin by not so much asking the question of why leadership, why do we need it, but actually taking even a couple steps back from that and what are our assumptions when we say leadership? What does that mean, right? Because we all carry with us a lot of stories that have been imprinted over the years about who a leader is, what a leader does, how a leader behaves, where leadership functions, all of these things, right? And so if that story is still nested in a largely coercive, authority-oriented positional leadership, then the question of why leadership, how do we get more people in positions of authority, may not be the right question to be asking, right? Maybe we may need to be rethinking how we're even conceptualizing this idea of leadership, right?
See, there's a dichotomy here. The modern thinking of leadership within a political ecosystem is what brings to mind concepts like authoritarianism.
Yeah.
If one takes a completely different terminology, service, servanthood, and juxtaposes it with leadership, then the very discussion becomes different.
Yeah.
And you bring in, at least in my mind, I envision someone whose entire mental focus and purpose focus is to ensure that certain things get done for the benefit of those people.
Yeah.
And it also tells me of someone or some people who are embedded in the understanding of the communities that they serve. And so what they do is in service of what it is that they know and understand. And that's why, for instance, the traditional leadership model that many communities had on this continent, where there was a council of leaders, it was not a leader. No.
Yeah.
It was a group of people. That's why there was always a talk of elders. It was not an elder. See? This idea of the singular leader, who everybody agrees upon, is perhaps what makes this discussion of leadership important, because our thinking is always focused on that person, who then from whom everything else emanates.
That's right. That's right. It's really important because the world over, you could present that same challenge, right? Sort of looking for that person. I mean, I'm American, so looking in the U.S. context, right? And like, where is the next Obama? Where is the next leader that's going to emerge? Where's
the next Roosevelt?
That's going to be able to bring people together, or that's going to be able to have a vision for the future that is not, dark and degenerative. But the question, again, coming back to leadership, right? And I really believe that it is less about a type of leader, which again, we kind of get trapped in that a little bit, saying, well, we need more collaborative leaders, or we need more servant leaders to kind of like bring some language to what you just shared. I believe that really effective leadership is about understanding a context and then taking best right action for that context. So I often will use this kind of, unserious example of, if you've ever been on an operating table before, you do not want your surgeon to be a collaborative or servant leader or a democratic leader, right? You want them to be very direct.
Yes.
You want them to be you want them to have authority, right? Now, that does not give them license to exploit people and behave in a bad way, which is often, when we think about coercion and authority and directive leadership, it has become so conflated with those behaviors. And granted, we have so many examples the world over of people behaving like that. But I can tell you that most people, if you ask them, what kind of leader are you and do you want to be? Almost to a person, maybe, politicians or some may not answer this way, but almost to a person, they will say, I want to be a collaborative leader or a democratic leader or a servant leader. No one wants to be a directive leader. And in many cases, the situation calls for a direct leader. I think the challenge is not to create less direct leaders. It's about understanding, again, how to sort of read the soil, so to speak. What are you planting in there? What are the content? What are you trying to do? What are you trying to grow? And not thinking, what's the perfect plant that I can plant around the world, right?
Yes.
So it's trying to kind of shift this mindset around leadership as a type and more understanding about, which is like, let's find the perfect plant. And sorry, I'm kind of going back and forth with the metaphor a lot here, right?
Yeah.
But it's kind of like, well, where's the best plant? We can plant this all over the world. It will, whatever it might be. But it's in the approach that we are trying to take, that I'm really trying to advocate. It's like, I think we're asking the wrong question. I think we need to come back to this more fundamental idea of what are we trying to do? And in many cases, we lack the capacity to think and ask questions about the soil.
Yeah.
And so just quickly, coming back to that, when you start looking at this, at things through a soil-based lens, you start asking very different questions. You're not thinking about short-term yield. You're thinking about long-term sustainability, right?
Yeah.
So you start asking different questions, and you start behaving differently as a result, right?
Yeah.
So it is in many ways a fundamentally different departure point, because it's not. You have to grow plants and soil. There's very few farmers that can be successful and sustain themselves just growing soil, right? So it's very much a both-and proposition, and at the same time, we give such little attention to the soil.
Yeah.
Right. And so that is really trying to introduce this really it's just a new story.
In everyday life, what would you say the soil is?
Well, it depends on whose life we're talking about. Are you talking individual or are you talking?
No, I'm not talking about wildlife. Let's put it that way.
In terms of leadership.
No. You can't lead in a void.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
And as a human being, whatever leadership you want to speak of will emanate from the collective community or wherever it is. So when you talk about the soil in relation directly to human beings, okay, who's the soil here?
So you're asking in the soil within humanity? Like
Yes.
What are we planted in, so to speak?
Yes, I'm asking, what are we? What is the soil of humanity? That really is my question.
I think that's above my pay grade. I don't know if I can answer that question.
Yeah.
But it's in many ways, that's really the seminal question, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Right.
I believe the soil could be the sphere or the realm in which you're operating in. So if you're a business person, your business is the soil, because you're operating within that ecological model, for lack of a better word. So if you're a politician, the country or the constituents that you are serving, that to me would be the soil. So how are you cultivating that environment? I don't know if I'm doing justice here.
You've got it.
Yeah.
You've got it.
We grapple with a certain reality which we sometimes philosophize and call a concept. We call it corruption, and yet corruption actually isn't our problem. No. Our problem is impunity. The impunity is what grows that corruption. The corruption is the manifestation of that impunity.
Yeah.
So it's like everything that makes for and illustrates our lives comes from some soil, because the manifestation is the plant.
Yeah.
The quality of the plant is a manifestation of the quality of the soil.
That's right.
So when I was asking that question, it's from this perspective. I look at our country and I look at the trajectory that we've taken, where our politics takes center stage of everything that we do.
Yeah.
Okay? So at that moment in time, that then becomes the soil on which everything that we do emanates from. So if it has a serious default, then everything moving forward will have a default.
Yeah. Yeah.
Going back to that ecological model thing, efficiency sometimes can bring about exhaustion, right? I don't know how we can make this connection.
Yeah.
In terms of how routine perhaps can also contribute to this whole efficiency exhaustion relationship.
Thank you for that question. It's a really important one. So another one of what I might say is a hard truth or bold insight.
Yes.
this model of productivity, this idea of us being productive beings, is another largely, what I would say, bankrupt idea. So it's so deeply embedded in how we think of ourselves, whether it's our models of success, whether it's our model of, growth and whatever, but that you need to be productive.
Yes.
Right? Produce. One of the things that came out of the last 6 years, or COVID certainly, is a much higher incidence of people burning out, feeling exhaustion, and still that's very present, right? But it is something that people are more aware of and being able to talk about.
Yes.
Right? And because our work in leadership development really focuses on this question of sustainability, we have been doing this for a long time, and now it's almost like the discourse has sort of caught up to what for many years us talking about sustainability, personal sustainability, our well-being. Some people talk about work-life balance, these kinds of things. It's like, yeah, we've been talking about this being a central tenet of effective leadership for a long time. So if you take productivity, right, and you look at it through an agricultural lens, if we go out and farm a field,
yes,
that at some point that field will no longer be able to yield anything because we've planted too many things, right?
Yes.
We've exhausted it.
We've exhausted it.
The resources in the soil.
That's correct. The resources in the soil have been exhausted.
Exactly.
And so if we know that it is exhausted and we keep planting, expecting a different result, who's the stupid one now, right?
The farmer.
Well, us together, not just you.
The
right?
farmer, yes.
But, or we need to implement a lot of things in order for that to grow, right? Which is a largely unsustainable, but also unnatural approach to it, right?
All right.
So if you look at the way in which traditional systems have farmed, they have crop rotations or other things, and one way that farmers often think about their planting models is through this thing called fallow, and it's a word sometimes used in English language context.
Yeah.
But fallow is this idea of like taking your field out of production,
giving it a rest.
Giving it a rest, yeah.
So it can replenish itself.
And so when I was farming, as a farmer, it's very scary to take your field out of production, because what's happening if you're taking it out of production? You're not making any money, right?
Exactly.
And so that is not sustainable in itself. So the idea of rest was counter to the actual incentive structure. It wasn't until I actually realized that rest, renewal, fallow wasn't taking it out of production. It actually was central to production. Because if I didn't allow that field to rest, if I didn't allow it to regenerate and renew, there would be no production. And so it's actually a really important distinction that has a great relationship to us as leaders and the work we do. We keep burning the candle at both ends. We keep, pushing, the grind, all of these different ways we talk about productivity. And because I've been really centered in doing this work for a long time around this issue of productivity and really the mythology of productivity, it is something that really needs to be deprogrammed and reprogrammed how we see ourselves. Because you can't do that. There is a cost to pay. Just like if we continue to pull from that field and we don't allow it to rest, right? We are not greater and more, we cannot transcend natural systems in that way.
Yes.
But we can look at natural systems as to how we can actually develop systems that are more regenerative and sustainable and life-giving, right? Which, for me, like, what is this all about? To kind of come back to, CT, your questions, like, what are we, like, kind of like, what are we doing here? Like, what are we doing? Like, what's all this, And I really believe that this piece around liberation and expansion and just as humans to be able to experience those things, right? And however you want to define that, and I'm not speaking specifically in like a social political realm.
Yeah.
Like, what does it mean for us to come closer to that? And if that's what we are pointed to, and I'm not suggesting that everybody needs to do that, and even if they did, they do it in their own way. But what does it then mean to align the ways that we behave, the ways that we lead ourselves, the ways that we create organizations, the way we create economic systems, political systems, all these things? They're at least pointed in that direction, right? Which is an enormous thing, right? And it's easy for me to sit here and blah, 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 and talk about it like that. when there's real challenge, there's real strife, there's real conflict. But at the same time, I don't think that precludes us, or that is a reason not to engage in this thing, which is very much this both, I see as a both and proposition.
Okay. But something that is central to your book, again, one sees it not stated directly in every chapter, but it's insinuated, transformation.
Yeah.
At what point do we get to understand that we actually need to transform?
In some ways, I might answer, it's probably a unsatisfying answer to your question, but transformation is happening whether we like it or not, right?
No.
While changing.
No. Transformation speaks of an overhaul.
I see.
It doesn't
radical transformation.
Yes, it doesn't speak of a change in direction. That's not necessarily transformation. So, when, I'm not asking the why question, I'm asking the when.
Yeah.
Because in answering the when, one answers the why.
Yeah. Well, this is going to seem very staged and neat and tidy, but this actually is a very nice segue. So you opened by talking about the soil leadership. One of the other reasons why I'm here is that I have a new book that has just come out.
All right.
And it's going to be, along with the soil leadership, is going to be available here.
Can I take a look here?
Well, these are both for you, actually.
Oh, okay.
I have copies here for each of you.
Thank you so much.
But these will both be available through my publishing partner here, Taji Publishing, which is based here in Nairobi. So both the soil leadership and this new book, which is called The Hyaksho Way, will both be available here as soon as I think next month.
All right.
So any listeners, anyone interested in getting this also copy, it'll be easier to get here, certainly in Kenya. But the premise of this book, which is very much tied to the soil of leadership, and came as a result of the moving around the world and hearing how people were responding to the soil of leadership and asking these kinds of very, very important questions, like what does transformation look like? How do I move into this different realm, right? And this word, which is not easy for many people to say, hyakusho, right, is the traditional Japanese word for farmer. They don't use this word anymore, but when I was living in Japan, when I was first living in Japan, those 25, 30 years ago, I learned this word and I fell in love with it. Hyakusho is, so hyaku in Japanese is 100, and sho is talents or gifts.
So 100 talents, 100 gifts.
It's a beautiful sentiment, right, of who the farmer was, right? Could grow 100 crops, needed to do 100 things, and also represents the kind of multiplicity of what it means to produce food. Yeah? So I always wanted to, in many ways, like give new life to this thing, because Japanese, like for my whole time I've known this word. Whenever I'm in Japan, I'm talking to my Japanese friends, and they know, like, this was my very first, like, hyakusho@aol.com, like, email, right?
That was your email.
Yeah, so and still I use it. So people in Japan are like, why are you using this thing, right? And it represents this sentiment that, for me growing up in a Western culture and, being told about the Renaissance and, like, being this Renaissance person with different skills and, like, being, having diverse talents and all that, which is fine, but this representing what it means to have, let's just say, 100 talents, right? Which is very different than the way that we are often in sort of modern frameworks focused to specialize. Focused like, you are this. This is your identity. And in many ways that identity serves as a confinement space, right? Because if you want to if you want to transform, if you want to, like, create that new way, it becomes almost like a cage in a way, right? And the reality is that in addition to, this program that you host and the other work that you've done in your past, like, this is not who you are. It may be how you're best known, but this is not entirely who you are, right? There are many other things that you pursue. There's many other gifts and talents that you have. And so what does that mean to actually see that as a whole you, as opposed to a singular you, which is you behind the microphone, right?
Yeah.
As important and as influential as that might be. And so I think, coming back to your question, I have come to really believe that the threshold that one must pass in order to turn and open up to that new way of thinking is really a new story of self, how you see yourself. And we often don't have the opportunity to take a step back and say, well, where did this idea about who I am and what I should be doing, where did that come from, right? Mm-hmm. And it's not that we are like programmed and all these things, but we internalize these messages, we internalize these stories about what success looks like, or what, what we should be doing, or blah, 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 right? Yeah. This book is trying to create a new story, not a how-to, but a new way of thinking of yourself, not as a singular, modern Descartesian identity, but actually, what does it mean to hold those multiplicities all together?
Yeah, Prof, there's something in your book about root rot, and it's about how, just like soil, leaders can become toxic, they can become acidic, and then because of that, they stop being productive. But at what point does one realize that as a leader? Because once you've been doing something for quite a while, you sort of forget that you are either deteriorating or losing it.
Thank you. Thank you for recognizing that. One of the most powerful metaphors, I think, is this idea that you just named, which I would say is called root-boundedness, right? Mm-hmm. And so anyone who has a house plant in their home, if anyone is listening and you're next to like a plant there, a potted plant in your home, and you were to take that and you look at that plant, maybe you water it every day and it looks healthy and green and just fine, right? But if you were to take that plant and just pop it out of the pot, what would you see? You would see a largely like tangled mass of roots, right? Right. That are all like gnarled and all together. And that plant that you have in your home is largely limited by its container about how big it will grow. But, we see it and it looks healthy and looks fine, right, on the surface. When we say something is root-bound, we are saying that it is contained and it's being overly confined by the container it's in, and it has nowhere to go. There's nowhere else it can grow, even though it may look on the surface like it's fine. And so in some ways as people, I think the metaphor is very powerful, because we grow. Like at some point that plant was the container was big, right? It could grow and expand in, and it was growing up, and then at some point it just stopped. It looks healthy, it looks fine, but its roots had nowhere to go.
So it's outgrown its pot.
It's outgrown its pot, but it has nowhere to go because the pot is there. And so whether it's a job you're in or identity that you feel confined by or whatever it might be, that sense of root-boundedness can be very, in many ways, degenerative. It kind of like, can pull you down, right? So the question might be, well, what do you do, right? Well, if you just take that houseplant and you go to your backyard and put it into the ground, it's actually unlikely to grow because it's safe in that, if you put it into the ground, it's largely going to just stay in its like, root ball like that, right? If you want it to actually take root there, you're going to have to be very careful in that transition. Because it may lose its leaves. It may look like it's dying, but actually there's a lot of under the surface that's happening. And so again, like, you come to me and you say, hey, I really want to do a totally different job. I'm just thinking about these things and I really feel bounded by this work that I'm doing. Just taking you and plopping you into a new thing, that transition, that transformation is likely to be challenging, and it's going to require a lot of focus on resetting those roots. So again, the metaphor, it offers a way of us thinking about what we do, how we do it, and what are the consequences.
Wow. It's all about renewal, actually, when you think about it. It's all about renewal and perhaps even expanding your horizons so that you can get out of that specific space that you have been.
Well, Paul, you're spot on. I was looking up the bonsai tree and what it is that it takes to grow that particular tree. It's not just an art form. It goes beyond an art form, because somebody needs to have taken the time to acquire the knowledge to be able to grow that tree so that it remains that size that it's at. Why it came to mind is when you talk of traditions, something of that sort will follow tradition. It's not as though you wake up and you're able to do it. There is a way that over time people have figured and maneuvered and produced a process which works. But I get the impression when people do that, they always leave room for improvement. It's not as though they arrive and they figure, okay, this is it. I'm still on the issue of transformation. Why transformation? Is because if I take this discussion outside what we call the state of governments as we currently understand it, and we look at what we refer to as empires at a time gone by, what it took for an individual or group of people to want to expand their geographical influence to the point where they had control over very many other people and very many nations, but significantly, having done that, the decline which naturally follows, and history tells us there's always a decline. What it is that happens that begins that decline, and that's where the rot that you speak of comes in. And if I now bring it back to leadership of the political variety that we speak of in this country, before even the rot sets in, the problem is one looks at those situations and one has to go back to a certain English phrase. They were rotten before they were ripe. So how do you get to the point where there's a guarantee that that transformation is actually ripened?
I think that the challenging word in that question is guarantee.
Yes. And I've specifically used the word guarantee because it sets in motion a process that is rather difficult to attain. Yes.
I would be performing if I were to say I knew the answer to that question. I think it's
your thoughts I'm interested in.
I think again, the value of a metaphor. I think in particular the case of this, looking at natural farming systems as the metaphor, is that it sort of allows us to have a thought experiment by drawing upon the way natural systems function, right? Because obviously a natural system or a farming system is not a political system. It's a natural one. We're talking about a human system, right? But at the same time, it offers some insights into what does it mean to create the conditions for a natural farming system to be the most thriving, the most successful. What do you need to do? Do you focus on what you plant? Do you focus on the quality of the plants? Actually, no. What you do is you focus on the quality of the soil.
Yes.
Right? Now, you also want good plants. Those things are important, but not at the expense of, nor ignoring the actual conditions in which they are planted. And so I think if we take that, or we extrapolate onto your question, it presents us with a way of thinking about what it means to work toward a more inclusive democratic society, right? What do we need to be thinking about? What that might be analogous to a soil, right? What are the questions we need to be asking? What are the things that we need to be not forgetting as we talk about policy, as we talk about interventions, as we talk about moving from a system that has been, so deeply entrenched and created incentive structures and problematic outcomes and problematic people and all of these things, right? What does it mean to take a field? We can play with the metaphor again. What does it mean for us, the three of us? We could go out probably just outside Nairobi and we could find a big field that has been farmed chemically and has nothing. You cannot plant anything in that, but we want to go and we want to start farming naturally. Well, probably we need to do some work to amend the soil first, right?
For sure.
Yes.
We need to find some compost and manure, and there's transition. But we understand that transition is necessary to get there.
Now that is transformation, right there.
And that creates the transformation, right?
Yes.
Actually, there's something else. Now that you've mentioned compost, I've remembered, and it's also about transformation in a way. You spoke about taking compost and turning it into fertilizer. So that means taking your failure and turning it into fertilizer. is it something that you experienced, or is it something that you saw someone else experience?
Yeah. Another great insight. Especially when it comes to failure, right? The way failure and the shame associated with failing at something often just sits and it feels like rot. Yeah. Feels heavy, burdensome. One of the beautiful things about thinking of it as composting or actually metabolizing something is that's transformation, right? That's the beautiful thing about compost. You take what might be considered to be waste, and through you have to kind of balance the carbon and the nitrogen. You can't just create like food scraps and throw a couple leaves on the top and think it's going to you have to like think thoughtfully about how you create the right balance, right?
Yeah.
But what happens when you do that is then biology takes over.
Exactly.
And the natural systems start to do that, right? What you can do is you can create the conditions, you can create the balance, which you can also mess up, right? But if you do it and you do it right, then something greater than you, which is the biological systems, take over. And so again, like, what does it mean for us to think about, let's just again think about in political systems, which feels so unattainable to change, but what might it look like? What would it look like in the transition toward transformation? To transform the political system that drew upon the wisdom of composting, or that drew upon the wisdom of transitioning a field, right? What do those things have to tell us about how we need to recreate the human systems that create governance structures, that help to create decision making, that ultimately help to advance us as humanity, right? I don't know.
In the years you've done this work, meeting with the large diversity of individuals in positions of leadership that you have, what does success look like?
For the people that I work with or myself?
It's you. I'm interested in what you would consider success to be, because you can't be doing what you've done for all these years without figuring out what it is that you'd like to see at the end of it.
Yeah. I appreciate that question. It's something that I certainly wrestle with, and that I've not got like full clarity, but I feel for myself what and how I position myself. It's less about maybe success or how I would define it as success, and think of it more as alignment. Like, when do I feel like I'm aligned with what and how, and this is really about me, what I'm called to do, what I feel called to do, right? And that may be an abstract calling, right? And I see myself as, in many ways, a conduit, which is to say, like, creating the conditions for, like, that compost pile, right?
Exactly.
I am there to work, and I know I have influence, and I have authority, and I have all of these things to bring together these things to create the compost, but I do not make that compost happen. In some ways, that has helped to reorient me about what I can do, what I should do, and what I'm attached to. Because if that compost doesn't happen, or this is like, I like anyone else can be very caught up with outcomes, and I can judge and evaluate my own worth and success by what those outcomes are. But I find when I'm the most effective, even if you might even say powerful, is when I am basically allowing that conduit, because if a conduit being a pipe, that pipe is allowed to flow the most freely, right? Now, I understand this is very conceptual, metaphorical talk than what I'm saying, but it's more that I'm trying to see myself as allowing that to happen. And there's a chapter in the new book called Allowance on this actual process, but allowing for that to flow, as opposed to seeing myself as the source.
Yeah.
I'm the conduit, not the source. And I think that's a fundamental difference. And for many people, I think you're kind of like imprinted to see yourself as the source, and if you're not a good source, then you're something wrong with you, and it's just like lead you down this path.
But you've actually pointed to what it is that you see as success, because if the audience can see themselves as a conduit and not sources, because this is one of the fundamental issues with leadership.
Yeah.
People in leadership
consider themselves as sources.
Oh, yes.
Instead of
forget
the vessel.
Considering, they know
they are the source.
That's right.
Yes.
That's right.
And indeed, you're just a vessel.
Yes, you are.
Yeah.
You are.
Yeah.
Wow. Professor, this is it's amazing. Someone is asking here. Let me see. Dr. Yamamoto is so knowledgeable in this field. Good. But Chris is asking, I'd like a copy of the book once it gets published. How can someone get a hold of both books?
So again, my publishing partner here is Taji Publishing, TAJI. The book will be available, I believe, in the next month. Both books, is my understanding, and in paperback, and therefore much more accessible and affordable than like ordering it from the U.S., where it may cost you, your firstborn. But that's how to get, and when we have a link to that, I'd be happy to share it with you if you'd like to tweet that out. People want to learn more and sort of see, me talking about this along the way, they can follow me on any of the socials, Instagram and LinkedIn or any of that.
What are the handles?
So the handle for Instagram is Hyakusho Life, HYAKU,
right?
SHOLIFE, or of course you can search me by my name, Britt Yamamoto.
Just as it's written.
Just as it's written there, Hyakusho Life, right? And then LinkedIn is just my first and last name.
Britt Yamamoto.
Correct. And I would certainly welcome anyone to connect. Don't be shy.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, Professor. This is for me has been very enlightening. I just, like I said, brushed through the book, but having this conversation and just listening to how you've unpacked it, I think that's awesome.
Yeah.
So thank you so much.
Well, thank you for having me. It's been a great conversation. I appreciate the work that you guys are doing here too.
Karibu sana, and thank you so much. Siti, it's Eid Mubarak.
Yes, it is.
It's time for us to say kwaheri.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Thank you so much, guys, for tuning in. We'll be back on Monday doing the same thing from 6 a.m. all the way till 10. But for now, Eid Mubarak and kwaheri.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul.